there. So, how are you guys doing? Don't know if... Yes, I know, I'm floofy. It happens. So, yes. Anyways. I'm not sure if Gabriel's totally not a date, happens off screen or not. So, this might be interesting. And thank you. I don't know if I'll be dating the werewolves or the two ladies who seem to be fighting over him. So, yes. And yes, I have hair. Yes, my hair is just like Gabriel's. Thanks. Now I want to shave it off. Just kidding. But yeah. Anyways. It's been this way for a while. Nice of you to watch my channel for once. But yeah, I stream with Floofy here from time to time. So, yes. Welcome to the channel. And thank you. Well, I'm not planning on cutting it short. Not anytime soon. I prefer having, well, this hairstyle. Whatever it is. But it's very easy to take care of, actually. So, other people spend, well, hours styling their hair sometimes, and I just wash my hair and braid it. And brush it every now and then. So, not a lot of styling going on there. It's very convenient, actually. Good morning. How you doing? Well, I'd say if you braid it, that saves a lot of time. Because that way it doesn't really get tangled. I just have it loose sometimes. But most of the time it's braided. Anyways, I guess I'll start up the game. And we'll see what's gonna happen today. I mean, maybe you can just see it better today, because, well, I might have set my lights to be a bit brighter. I don't know. It's mainly the one over that way. So, could be that that one's a bit brighter. Yeah, it's a bit brighter than I usually put it. It's fine. And no. I do not really call myself a princess. I actually kind of... well. And I haven't heard of those, so... well, can't say I've thought about streaming them. But I generally take game suggestions on the Discord. I can send an invite link, just in case anyone wants to join. But, as I was saying, I don't really like the term princess at all. Like, basically calling me a princess is the best way to get on my nerves. I shouldn't have said that. Alright. Anyways. So, do I have any new items that I haven't really looked at all that much? Well, oh, right. Gabriel sent her a letter.
Nice view of the Alps.
Alright. I guess I'll see if I can check the mail somehow. And I guess you did. Congrats.
What Gabriel's up to.
Well,
I wonder what
she might be asleep. So, sleeping. How insidious of her. Alright. I still don't have the car keys. So, any news here? Apparently so.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Alright, that seems like a...
I was wondering if you've changed your mind about telling me where Gabriel is. It's really important.
No. Sorry.
Thanks.
Bitte?
His facial expressions just... well, and gestures. They just crack me up. Well, yes, that really is quite the shame.
Guten Tag.
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakimura. Ich habe etwas für Sie.
She said, hello, and I have something for you.
Oh, it's from Gabriel.
Ja, das ist vom Schattenjäger. Ja.
Yes, that's
No,
from the Shadow
I-
Hunter.
Gabriel is a working partner and... Never mind. Danke.
Bitte, brauchen Sie noch etwas?
She was asking if I need anything else, and no, I don't think she does. So...
Danke.
Bitte.
So... how about over here? Just greeting everyone.
Guess they're closed.
Alright. And nobody's in here. Alright. That's different. So... time to read a letter. So, Grace at Schloss Ritter, Ritter's Way, whatever.
Gracie, you decided to come over. That's great. Guten Tag and all that. I'm sure you and Gertie are hitting it off. Thanks for finding the werewolf book. I'm not sure what it all means, but it might be useful. But Ludwig II, you know, I think you might have something there. Ubergrau says there are 2 places you should check out. Ludwig had a castle called New Swan something, and there's a museum about him at Here in Chemistry. Something like that. I really think you should spend some time looking into it.
What? A museum at Here in Chemistry? What? I'm guessing that's a German place, and those are the words it sounds like, but what?
Don't worry. Things are going very smoothly this time around. I've tracked a suspect to a hunt club run by a man named Von Glauer. He seems okay, but I'm sure there's something going on with at least one of the others. Don't worry, though. I met a police detective named Lieber, so I have backup.
Yes.
I'll be finished
Wow.
soon. Sit tight and enjoy your visit till I get there. Gabriel.
What does he think? I'm on vacation here? And no address.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry.
What does he think?
Well, at least she's noticed that, he's being silly. But yeah, they are talking about that castle, yes. But I don't know what that place is supposed to be. Just some place. I'm sure it's fine. But yes, she's getting along with absolutely everyone. Yeah. Totally. Can I talk to
I
him
don't
now?
have anything to say to him.
No. I was thinking maybe I could use the letter, but nope. So...
I wonder what Gerda's up to.
Can I check her room? She was walking away just a second ago. Well. Wait a second. Did I just close it? Did I forget to close it last time? Alright, I'll do it again. There. I guess I forgot to close it.
I don't want to go back into Gerda's bedroom.
Fine. So, anything out here?
How convenient.
Yes, yes. So very convenient. But yes, she seems to be a very cynical person. I mean, I have my moments, but I'm not nearly this cynical. Yeah, she kind of does. And she seems to try and find as many things as she can to be upset about. Which I'd say isn't a very good outlook on life.
There's nothing else on werewolves in the occult section. There's nothing else. I'm not sure what other case books would be relevant. I'm not sure what. I'm not.
Fine. Found the correct bookshelf to click on.
I wish I could read these biographies of Ludwig.
Well,
Wait a minute.
found an English one.
Ludwig II, fairy tale king of Bavaria. I didn't see this before.
Well,
Yep.
magical
English.
bookshelf.
Huh.
Nice of this German castle to have a bunch of English books. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I know. It's great when they keep stuff like that. Nope. Not gonna read that.
Ludwig remained throughout his life both very bright and very naive. He was an introvert who seemed to be constantly out of sync with traditional views of rulership, money, and human relationships.
Uh-oh.
The world ever failed to match his ideals. Perhaps this was a fault of his sheltered upbringing as future king. He never was introduced to the real world, and the real world failed to interest him as an adult. In his youth, Ludwig was in fine physical condition and loved to hike alone in the Alps and ride horses. He had a hunting lodge, Schahen, specifically for this purpose. Unfortunately, in 1872, a rather traumatic hunting accident befell the king at Schahen, and his leg was cruelly damaged. He never fully recovered from this incident, and his hiking and riding ceased. His physical health deteriorated from that time on, and explains why he looked so unhealthy in later years. A hunting accident?
Maybe he got bit by a werewolf. Or maybe he was a werewolf. Who knows?
Other than his long-standing friendship with the Empress Elizabeth of Austria and with his mother, the relationships Ludwig attempted with others were nearly always a disappointment for him and a bewilderment for his partners. He would become obsessed with someone, a singer, an artist, a nobleman or a peasant, and would bombard them with gifts, praise, and favors. When they would fail to return the depths of rapturous passion he required, the singular adoration and humble obedience he expected, he would grow disappointed and cut himself off from them. The objects of his interest were occasionally women, usually ones he fell in love with after seeing them in idealized roles on the stage, but they were more often young men who fit his fantasies of the heroic sagas like Lohengrin and Parsifal that he so loved.
All right.
A good example of the king's obsessive behavior in relationships is the following letter from the Königlich Bayerische archives, which this author was privileged to access. It is dated 1864, and it was written by Ludwig's manservant, Paul, to a friend. The king has been in high mood these days. The reason, of course, is a new interest. Thursday last, the king attended a performance of Lohengrin in the Wittelsbacher Theater. He came back in a fever, demanding that a man be found. The man, it was gathered, had been sitting in a box across from Ludwig and had drawn the king's attention by his beauty and his deep emotional response to the performance. The king declared that here at last is a sensitive soul. The man was tracked down and brought in for an audience. Upon my word, never have I seen any mind so in line with His Majesty's own. They discussed Wagner and France and Byron and all manner of things until long past dawn. The young man, beautiful indeed to look upon, met the king's enthusiasm and knowledge bit for bit.
All right.
His Majesty has been in the thick of it ever since, and while I welcome his good temper, I grow tired of fetching letters back and forth to Louis, so called by His Majesty, that should tell you who the young man looks like, at all hours of the night. This author has not been able to learn much about Louis, but he was known to have been a seemingly high-bred foreigner, and he was involved with Ludwig as late as 1880, when he fell into disfavor.
All right.
The king, especially later in life, felt a great deal of guilt about his sensual nature. His diaries are full of repentant entries begging God for forgiveness and swearing to remain pure. In many of the diary entries, he swears to abstain from sexual relations. The number of these oath entries indicate that Ludwig was not very successful in resisting temptation, yet it is also clear that Ludwig was a God-fearing man and that, though his flesh might occasionally fall, he never surrendered his heart and his conscience to sin.
Alright. So, apparently he was the kind of person to make New Year's resolutions and make those same resolutions the next year. So.
Nothing else I can use in the biography section. There's nothing else on... I'm not sure what other case books...
Alright.
I'll write to Gabriel, soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
Fine. So I don't have enough yet. I guess I'll go back to the village and ask people. Someone's going to know, well, something. So, I guess I'll try over here since that guy seemed pretty obsessed with Ludwig. So,
I don't have anything to
Nope.
say to Herr Huber at
Nope.
the moment.
alright, I guess not. So, are they open yet? Probably not, but it's worth a try. Nope.
Guess they're closed.
Anything else I can find out in here? Not really.
Von Rollick slept here.
But I can't seem to do anything about, well, this place.
That's the church in the square.
Yes. Maybe I'm done there, I don't know. Probably done here for now. Because, well, it's unlikely that there's been another delivery for her. So, let's see. Can I pick these flowers yet?
I wonder what kind of...
No. So, I guess I'll go back to the castle. And see if I can do some more research somehow. Since nobody in the village seems to want to talk to me. Alright. Well, I'll go through the notebook.
My notebook.
Yes.
My note...
Right there. Any news?
Gabriel claims he's doing just fine on the case. He's investigating a suspect at the Hunt Club. He didn't send an address. Fine. I have my own eggs to fry. Victor Ritter's journal. I think I found the werewolf trial Werner mentioned. An entry dated April 20th, 1750 describes how Victor trapped a black wolf that was supposedly a werewolf. Victor wounded it in the chest. It was brought to Rittersburg. Not sure why or what happened next. The Schottenjägers didn't involve themselves in the trial, it seems.
So this werewolf was wounded in the chest, not in the leg. So,
I found a letter in the werewolf lore book. It was dated 1864 and was written by a Schottenjäger, Christian Ritter, to King Ludwig II of Bavaria. It warned him about someone called the Black Wolf. Not sure if it's related to werewolves or not, but the letter was in the werewolf book. find out more about this subject if possible.
So, 1869 or 64.
I found a letter in the
64.
I found a letter in
think.
the Werewolf lore book. It was dated 1864.
64. That does not look like a 4 to me, but over here it does. So, it's a bit confusing.
Werner Huber says that Ludwig II was the last true king Bavaria had. Says he was a genius, built castles. Politicians declared him insane and he was arrested. Werner thinks he was murdered. Obviously, Werner's opinions are one thing, but I need to find out some facts. Last night, a man and woman from Pennsylvania showed up at the castle to meet the Schattenjäger. The woman, Mrs. Smith, seemed to go into a trance and warned me about the Black Wolf. 3 Black Wolves? That's a little hard to believe. I'll keep this under the Black Wolf section until I learn more about it.
Alright. Nothing else. So, can't really do anything with the desk.
I don't have time to sit around. Too much to do. I don't have time.
So,
King of Beasts. That about sums it up.
maybe there's something hidden.
I wonder what Gerda's up to. I wonder.
So I can't sit there. Still don't know where the chapel thing from the first game is. If it still exists in this game. The one where he did the ritual.
Nice view of the...
Yeah, don't know about that. Anything in or near the fireplace? Guess not.
I don't think I need that.
Don't know why this is still
I don't
here.
think I need that.
And I don't know where the car keys are, so that makes it kind of difficult to steal them. Unless they're in this room somewhere.
Ritter ancestors, I assume. Ritter and... like the line...
Or maybe they're in here. I don't know. Is there a desk drawer I can access? Does not seem like it.
Who
Phone?
should I call?
Okay, so I can use the phone.
Professor Barkley will call when he finds out something.
Fine. Do I have any other phone numbers? I think there was a phone number in this book.
I'm not sure why I'd want to call the biography's publisher.
I don't know. Gabriel?
I
No.
don't have a phone number for Gabriel.
No phone numbers in the notebook. This letter won't have any phone numbers either. Yeah. Fair enough. No phone numbers in her purse. And
I don't
none
have it.
there. Alright.
I'll write to Gabriel. Soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
True, maybe they're inside the car. Seems like a bad place to keep your keys if you don't want your car to get stolen, but... well, let's just say he seems like the kind of person to do that sort of thing.
Gerda's been a real pig about those car keys. Gerda's been a real...
Oh, I can't even walk close to it, so... Doesn't seem they're out here.
Schloss Ritter.
Don't know where they'd be. Maybe under a desk, but
I wonder...
I haven't really found any place like that. up here, but it's just, well, I don't know. And yes, the castle looks very strange, especially from the outside. Like, in the other view, it's fine, but the front door, it just looks weird.
I'm not sure what other case books would be relevant. There's nothing else on where. Nothing else I can use in the biography section.
So, are there any hints what to do next? Did they say what the guy's name was? Okay. I guess the name just hasn't been recorded. Well, at least not in that book.
Nothing else I can use in the biography section. There's nothing else. I'm not sure.
They can't call the professor guy again. Anything else I can do in here? Tapestry? Nope. Just use the desk, so. Anything on here?
It wasn't worth picking up the.
Yeah, true that, but. I mean, why not try again? There has to be something I'm missing somewhere. I mean, I figured I'd be able to ask more in the village, but that didn't quite work. Oh, I closed it up again. Alright. I'll just leave it. Probably doesn't matter if I just leave the secret passageway open.
I don't want to go back into get.
And I can't go this way. So. Are there keys hidden down here somehow? Or anything else I could use?
Emergency exit. I guess that makes sense if you're fighting the legions of darkness.
What's this?
How
No.
convenient.
No. Pixel hunting doesn't really work that well when, well, it's this kind of game.
The castle looks huge from here. They've got more rooms left to restore than I thought.
Yeah, that's, one-ish? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors. Yeah. It definitely doesn't look that big from the other side. So. Well, especially with this staircase, doesn't seem that big. Just goes up 1 floor. So. I guess she might be on the 1st floor. But I can't check her room, so. Guess I'll check the village again.
I thought Gabriel said this.
Unless the keys are hidden somewhere. I don't know. Can't walk this way. Can't walk down here. So. can't seem to do anything with the fountain. I'll try this guy again. Maybe I hadn't read the notebook or something
I don't
like
have
that.
anything to.
No. Oh, forgot about them.
Oh, there, dear.
Wow.
Hi, I'm Grace Nakamura from the castle. Am I interrupting?
Heavens, no.
Have a seat, Miss Nakamura.
Well, I might. For a moment.
Isn't this nice? We just finished our breakfast. Do you want something?
No, thanks.
Good for you. I can never turn down food myself. Now you just tell us all about it, sugar pie.
You mentioned the other night that you were a demonologist. What is that exactly?
Well, it's not as bad as it sounds, honey. What Emma and I really do is to help protect people.
Protect them from what?
Well, do you believe in the devil, Miss Nakamura?
I believe in good and evil, if that helps.
Oh, but Satan and his demons are real, and they will attack the living. And most folks don't know what to do once they.
You mean the
find out.
beehive? Yeah.
We try to help protect people.
How can you protect people from demons?
Best protection is faith in God, of course. But sometimes faith isn't enough. Sometimes we have to delve into the supernatural in order to protect others. Your Schotten joggers are just the same.
We are? I mean, he is?
Of course.
Yes, shadow
The wonders
joggers.
of light are rare these days, but they do exist all around the globe.
That's interesting. I just read about a group called Manos del Sol in Brazil. So the Ritters aren't the only Schottenjägers.
Well, they're probably the only ones to use that title, but others have been chosen for the battle.
Okay.
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
Sure, we saw his castles, didn't we, Mother?
We sure did. Why do you ask?
Well, I found a letter in the Schottenjäger library warning Ludwig about the Black Wolf.
Who wrote the letter?
One of Gabriel's ancestors, a Schottenjäger.
Seems like whoever was using me as a megaphone helped you find that letter. Perhaps you should follow the path something's pointing at. Look into Ludwig.
I intend to. The other night you said something about the Black Wolf. What did you mean? Where did you hear that name?
I wasn't the one talking.
I don't understand.
Well, that's quite all right.
She was
The point
possessed.
is, it would be a very good idea to answer those questions, and we must work together to do so. Of course I'll help you, Pumpkin. I'd like to know myself, wouldn't I? It isn't every day one's taken over by a disembodied spirit, and I don't much care for it, thank you.
You're not talking about a seance, are you?
Oh, heavens, no.
Thank God.
Emma's right. I'm much better at tarot cards. I can read for you or for someone else if you prefer.
All right.
Are you sure you don't know anything about the Black Wolf?
I never did, dear. I told you. Really, you mustn't confuse the vessel with the voice. All I remember was seeing a very bright flash like lightning. Next thing I knew, Emma had me outside. Whatever it was very powerful. Very powerful.
Very powerful. You sure it was powerful there?
Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt to do my tarot reading.
Don't you worry now. I know what I'm doing.
Okay.
Push your vital energies into the cards.
But,
This
but I want those
is
back.
your soul card. That which applies to all of your lifetimes. It's the Empress. Oh, that's a good one.
What's it mean?
It means that your soul's journey is one of leadership. There's great strength here and intelligence. This card represents what you're like in this lifetime. It's the Chariot. Self-discipline, control. You need to feel you have a plan, that you're testing your abilities. The Chariot's very masculine. In combination with the Empress, it tells me that you're currently exploring your male side. It will seek out great achievement, but it does have its price.
Doesn't sound anything like me.
Yes, dear. The third card represents the other. You've pulled the magician. Who is he, dear?
Excuse me?
Your other, the magician. Oh, this is a very powerful card. Major Arcana.
My other?
Everyone has an other. Let's see. I bet it's the Schottenjäger. What's his name?
The Schottenjäger? Gabriel Knight.
A name of power. He is powerful, this one. The magician is dexterous and cunning, mischievous and manipulate.
That's Gabriel, all right.
And very strong with magical and occult powers. Now, this is interesting because your card, the Chariot, is all logic and reasoning, while his, the Magician, is spiritual and intuitive.
And insane.
You are quite a pair. The fourth card shows what you're trying to achieve at this moment, your immediate destiny. It's the Strength or Lust card.
Lust?
Not that kind of lust, dear. It's a trial card, finding the strength to continue some difficult journey. It also represents the integration of conflicting energies. That must be your Chariot and his magician energies. Strength also means bonding those energies, loving without judgment, learning to love the beast.
Uh-huh.
What is this trial, dear? Do you know?
Well, Gabriel and I are involved with a case right now.
It will be a hard time. You must let your love give you power. Use the positive energy of your union or you may not succeed.
I think you have the wrong idea. Gabriel and I just work together.
Yes, dear. But if I might just suggest, when you're facing negative forces, the positive energy of love is a very vital weapon. You make yourself vulnerable when you resist your own tools.
Well, that's been helpful.
I hope so, dear.
Stop calling me dear, but also, can I have my life energies back? Because I was supposed to put those in the cards, and now what?
Maybe we should do a reading for Gabriel.
Oh, let's! It's a little like spying on someone unawares, but what the heck? Reach out to the cards and to think about his essence.
Not his life energy, his essence.
This soul card is the Magician. Yes, dear. It reflects your other exactly.
Well, maybe, but I'd rather hold out for David Copperfield.
And his lifetime card? Oh, goodness. The Lovers.
You mean the sole purpose of his life is in his pants? Doesn't surprise me.
Or
Not what
him.
you think, dear. It's a duality card. As a lifetime card, it refers to Gabriel's own duality. Good versus evil, physical pleasure versus spiritual growth, that kind of thing. His challenge is to integrate the conflicting parts of himself. Until he does, he'll never find peace. And you will find peace when you acknowledge all of him. Find a way to love the worst as you already love the best.
You're really reaching.
Mother.
His other is the High Priestess.
Let me guess. That's me, right?
Nope.
No, dear, it's not. The High Priestess represents psychic mysteries, deep wisdom. This is a very different energy from your earthy one. This must be our connection. To the voice, dear! Someone is trying to communicate with Gabriel. This force is represented by the High Priestess.
That's not much help. What about the Black Wolf?
But it is a help, dear. The High Priestess is a spiritual guide card if ever there was one. The message must have been a warning.
If this force is connected to Gabriel, and if he's so very psychic, Then why doesn't it just go to him? Why say it to me?
Maybe Gabriel's blocked. Maybe he's purposefully blocking. There is that duality business. Let's go on and see if it becomes clear. The fourth card, remember, represents the current situation. It's death.
All right.
Oh. Nothing to worry about then.
Now you just leave interpretation up to me, Sugar Pie. It's a transformation card. Dying for one thing, and being born for
Sugar
another.
pie.
It is painful, but it isn't necessarily bad. Two of Wands. Oh my.
Fine, that one is bad.
A 2 is not good here. Wands is Mars in Aries. That's a war card. In conjunction with the death card, there are 2 possible transformations.
2 transformations?
Yes, dear.
Death or werewolf?
Gabriel is waging a spiritual battle. The transformation might be good or evil.
No. Well,
That must be the purpose of the High Priestess. She's trying to guide him.
So you think he really might be in danger?
Oh, yes, dear. Gabriel's very essence is at stake. If he takes the wrong path with his powers, Emma and I will stay in town. You must let me know if anything else happens that we can read for clues. Let the Force use you.
yes, be one with the Force.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
She was so into it just a second ago, and now she's the... whatever. Actually, I'll see if I can talk to him.
I don't have
nope,
anything to
nope,
say to-
still not gonna work. Alright. Back to the castle. That was quite interesting. Alright. Can I find anything
There's
now?
nothing else I can...
Nope.
I'm not sure what other...
And can I write a letter? Yes. Both of them were free. Quite the bargain.
I'll write to Gabriel. Soon as I have enough info to blow...
Okay. Still don't have enough information, somehow. Alright. What else can I do? I could try the car again. Maybe it's gonna work eventually.
Gerda's
Nope.
been-
Nope. Nope. Not the car.
I wonder what Gerda's...
Not the desk. I'm guessing I still can't visit her.
I
Nope.
don't want to go back.
And I might need a hint. I've been trying all the different people in town, but doesn't seem any of them want to talk to me today. So maybe it's something like splicing the notebook for once. I don't know. Okay. So it's not about combining the book with something else. Alright. The church again. Makes sense. Mean this part?
I wonder what kind...
Because there's nothing going on here. Oh, that part! Oh. Fine. That makes
Gerda's here.
perfect
I
sense.
wonder what she's up to.
Alright. Wow. Didn't expect her to be in here. okay. Okay.
Oh my god. Gerda was in love with Wolfgang.
Wow, she's a mind reader. And hello. Welcome to the stream.
Boy, do I feel stupid or what?
Very, yes. What?
I really should apologize, but I don't want to interrupt her. Maybe there's something else I can do.
Like what? Walk into this room? Buy her flowers? Send her a I'm sorry card? But yeah, this part definitely doesn't look like the same castle. It just looks tiny in comparison.
Gerda's at the church.
Yes. I guess I'll get her some flowers and put them in her room. Which isn't creepy at all. Yep. Alright. Fine. I guess we're picking flowers for her now. Because she's not trying to... well, get too close to Gabriel. Honestly, I still don't know what she sees in him, and I'm obviously still trying to talk over the music, so don't mind me. Yeah, that's still a thing. I still don't know if I'm supposed to expect this game to, well, get muted. Anyways, I've got flowers now.
I don't want to go back into Gerda's bedroom. She might catch me in there.
Fine. Guess I'll leave them on the desk then. No? Is there a container I can put them in?
I thought Gabriel said this.
Nope. So...
They're beautiful, but they won't last long in my coat.
yes. I'm glad she noticed that. What? Nope, nope, nope. What could I put them in? Is there some container somewhere? Or do I just bring them to her? I guess I could do that. I'd still be interrupting, but whatever. There. Because now it's fine to interrupt for some reason. So. Well. This is awkward. Alright. Okay. So...
There. That's better, don't you think?
Yes, so much better. 10 out of 10. Still need to talk over the music. Is she gonna respond?
I'm so sorry. I was an idiot.
Yes.
Gabriel and I, we never...
I know.
Yes.
It's my
Oh.
fault. It's Gabriel's fault. He never tells me anything.
Yes. Find people to blame.
Maybe he just...
Don't even try to make excuses for him. Still, he's up to his neck in it, I think. Will you help me out with something?
With
course.
finding his address, probably, or car keys, or both.
Have to do some research
Yeah.
on Ludwig.
Uh-huh. Oh,
I want to go see some of his castles.
oh. They're gonna go on a road trip together! Yay! Fine, she's gonna go on a road trip on her own.
There's a map of southern Bavaria in the car.
Okay.
Ludwig's castles are all marked.
Wait, what?
Thanks.
How does she know that?
Good luck.
What? Okay. So, I'll just leave. Don't mind me. But yeah, I'd say that was, well, interesting for sure. Because instead of going, oh, I treated her, well, like that, and I didn't really have a proper reason to do so, I was just being jealous and don't actually have any sort of claim on Gabriel, because they're not official by any means, and she keeps on insisting that she's not interested in him. But nope. Nope, it's Gabriel's fault now. That makes sense. Yay for logic and reasoning. Because, I mean, if she wants to have a claim on Gabriel, then maybe she should, well, do something about it. Alright, so... I'm guessing that's their castle. So... I'll just head to this one first. Okay, and I'll save.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty. I wonder where that door leads.
The closed door leads to the tower, which is not part of the tour. The king was making his way to this very door when he was arrested in 1886. Our tour begins in the entry hall. Ludwig II lived from 1845 to 1886. He assumed the Bavarian throne at the age of 18 when his father died. Ludwig's passion was building castles. He built 3 during his lifetime: Linderhof, Herrenchiemsee, and Neuschwanstein.
Which is
Plans
this
for
one?
a 4th castle, Falkenstein, were underway when he died. In addition to his obsession with building, Ludwig also had a passion for classical heroic German mythology, a taste he shared with the German opera composer Richard Wagner. Neuschwanstein is decorated throughout with themes from these stories, most of which directly relate to Wagner's operas.
Okay. Well. Interesting.
I wonder why Ludwig was going to the tower the night he was arrested. I wonder why...
Wait.
The closed door leads to the tower, which is not part of the tour. The king was making his way to this very door when he was arrested in 1886.
Alright. I guess I can't open it.
I wonder why...
Even though the guard isn't here.
You are now standing in the king's bedroom. The theme of the bedroom is Tristan and Isolde, the tragic love story retold in Wagner's opera. The opera was given its first performance in Munich in 1865, and a 20-year-old Ludwig attended. This is probably the most elaborate and expensive bedroom ever created. It took 14 woodcarvers 4.5 years to create this room. It was this kind of extravagance that bankrupted the king. In the years before his death, he found it increasingly difficult to find money from any source. The richly carved bed, with its canopy, resembles a Gothic building and its turrets. The bed's draperies were handmade by dozens of Bavarian seamstresses.
Okay.
Did they have running water in 1886?
I doubt it. But
Maybe
who knows?
Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep.
Alright, we're saving and restarting the game, because...
Maybe Ludwig
Nope.
thought all this luxury would help him sleep.
And, sorry. I can't really keep the game from doing that every now and then. I can just restart when it happens.
Maybe Ludwig thought...
But yeah. Seems like it fixed itself again. Okay. It's that way.
You are now standing in the king's bedroom. This is probably the most elaborate and expensive bedroom. It was this kind of extravagance.
Okay. Nope. That made no difference at all. Alright. That way. Oh, okay.
In the corner
Thanks
is
for
a
the
brown
raid.
tiled stove with
How you
clay
doing?
figures of Tristan and Isolde.
We're currently touring a castle. Isn't that fancy? Doing alright.
This is Ludwig's private chapel. The king was a devout Catholic, as were all of the Wittelsbacher rulers. They supported the Roman Church even when other European countries were dominated by Protestantism.
Yeah, that's obviously my summer home, yes. And it's an interesting game so far. I'd say it's fairly accurate in, well, portraying what it feels like to tour a castle. It's basically just a bunch of this. Walking around, seeing things, listening to an audio tape about them. Yeah.
This is Ludwig's private chapel. The king was a devout Catholic, as were all of the Wittelsbacher rulers. They supported the Roman Church even when other European countries were dominated by Protestantism. The stained glass window depicts St. Louis receiving the last sacraments.
Okay, no audio
It's a
tape
beautiful
about this.
crucifix. Ivory and gold. The Black Madonna of Altadine. I wonder what her story is all about.
Okay.
The paintings above the altar depict St. Louis surrounded by the seraphim. An interesting side note. For a period of about a year, the Louis images in all three castles were ordered to be covered up with black cloth on the unfathomable whim of the king.
Oh. Well, I might know why that was happening.
A king saint? I wonder if Ludwig pictured himself that way. Or maybe he just wanted to be that way.
Okay. That way then.
This is the king's living room. The walls are decorated with scenes from the Lohengrin saga. The king first saw Wagner's opera Lohengrin when he was 16, and it so affected him that he considered it a form of enlightenment. The tragedy of Lohengrin was his essential loneliness. This too was Ludwig's own fate. Ludwig withdrew more and more into his fantasy world of epic heroes and absolute monarchy. An ideal he was determined to create in his castles if he could not have it in his real life. He only wanted to be alone with his dreams, so much so that even his servants were kept at a distance and were not allowed to look at him.
What were you afraid they'd see?
His face? I don't know. Alright, bye. And, well, if I decorate all the rooms of my house based on musicals and, well, make sure each room has its own theme and is decked out in posters and all kinds of things and statues, I'm seen as the weird one. Whereas this castle is a tourist attraction now.
These linens look seriously expensive and seriously old.
Is she walking off again? Yep. Bye.
More swans.
Yes.
The swan motif is featured throughout the castle.
Yes.
But it is particularly prominent in this room. Both the swan and the lily were symbols Ludwig associated with himself. They represented his ideals of majesty and purity. The painting behind the swan shows Lohengrin's arrival.
Okay. Ah, what?
This is a reproduction of the grotto from the Tannhäuser saga. In such places, Ludwig could pretend he was one of his beloved mythic heroes. As the grotto personifies, the castles were solitary playgrounds built for Ludwig alone. He believed the masses were too coarse to appreciate fine art, and he seldom entertained guests. In fact, Ludwig had a standing order that upon his death, the castles were to be destroyed. Fortunately, the estate was in such debt that the castles were opened for paying tours only weeks after Ludwig's death. They haven't closed since. It is one of the great ironies of Ludwig's story that the castles that he was thought insane for building are now considered Bavaria's finest treasures. They have paid for their construction many times over.
What I was laughing about is now he just straight up has sets as part of his home. Not just set pieces, just straight up a set of that opera.
I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room.
Okay.
The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser saga and the Wartburg castle. The study paintings depict scenes from the Tannhäuser saga This is the king's study. Ludwig spent much time at his desk writing letters, drawing up plans for his projects, and studying his favorite authors. He loved poetry, history, and the classics. In later years, he also studied the occult. What affairs of state he did reluctantly attend to were generally attended to alone at his desk in writing. His reluctance to meet with his heads of state and perform the duties of the king were one of the reasons for the charges brought against him in 1886. But Ludwig dreamt of true kingship and a true monarchy, and the small powers left to him after Bavaria's succeeded power to Prussia only incited his disdain and frustration.
They seem so awkward.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty.
Okay. So, I guess I came in from that side, so that way? Yes.
This is the final room of our tour, the Singers' Hall. It was modeled after the Singers' Hall of the Wartburg Castle, where minstrel competitions were held in the 13th century. The hall was built for small private concerts, but Ludwig himself never gave one here.
Private?
It is said that during the last few years of Wagner's life, he came to Neuschwanstein frequently and performed for the king alone in this room. The hall is probably best known for its enigmatic wolf paintings. The original paintings were from the Parsifal saga, but in 1882, Ludwig had them replaced, supplying the description and titles of the new paintings himself.
Yes, don't mind me,
While
I'll just...
other rooms in the castle show scenes from Wagner's operas, the scenes in this room are not from any opera that anyone can identify. It is yet another of the many mysteries associated with the life of the fairy tale king.
Alright. But, yes, when I want to have a small private concert, I always do it in a room that has at least 4 giant chandeliers. Don't you? That's my small concert room.
Why would Ludwig have wolf paintings in his castle?
Why not? Maybe he was a werewolf.
The hunters track down Engelhard and Hildegunde. Engelhard courts Hildegunde. Engelhard and the blacksmith.
Okay.
This is the final room of our... The hall was...
So...
The hall is...
Oh, I can look out the window. Well, seems like more of a balcony than a window.
Ludwig's childhood castle, Hohenschwangau, is visible from the lookout in the Singers' Hall.
Okay, so I can walk through that door. What about this one? No? Just no? Alright.
Hildegunde's imprisonment.
By a wolf?
The wedding feast of Hildegunde and the Baron.
The Baron.
The death of Engelhard.
Yeah, this does seem to be about werewolves. And I guess it's like 7 or 8 chandeliers, because I didn't see those paintings before, so I don't know. Or maybe they're on that side? I'm very confused about this place. Alright. So, that was that castle.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Okay. Good talk.
Ich hätte gern eine Eintrittskarte fürs Museum.
Ja, 8 Mark für eine Ganztagskarte.
She said she wants a ticket for the museum, and the lady said, well, it's 8 mark. 8 marks for a, like, ticket that's for the entire day. So, there.
She's beautiful.
Yes.
Elizabeth of Austria.
Oh, wow, I couldn't have guessed.
One of Ludwig's few close friends was Empress Elizabeth of Austria. She was a distant cousin of the boy Prince, and he saw her often growing up. Graceful and beautiful, Elizabeth seemed to represent the feminine ideal to the younger Ludwig. Their friendship continued after her marriage, mainly by correspondence. She remained a source of stability for Ludwig throughout his life. In keeping with Ludwig's love of romance and drama, he called her the Dove, and he to her was the Eagle.
Okay. So they even had pet names. Interesting.
July 3rd, 1863. Elizabeth, you can have no idea, dear cousin, how happy you made me. The hours recently passed with you in the railway carriage I consider among the happiest in my life. Never will their memory fade. You gave me permission to visit you at Ischl. If the time comes for this ardent hope to be fulfilled, I shall be of all men upon earth the most blessed. The feelings of sincere love and reverence and faithful attachment to you, which I cherished in my heart even as a boy, makes me imagine heaven upon earth and will be extinguished by death alone. I beg you with all my heart to forgive the contents of this letter, but I could not help myself. Ludwig.
I'm sure I can read the German parts as long as they're actually there, because over here I don't think I can look at this, and I'm not sure I could decipher the handwriting if I tried. So, yeah, that's not happening. But for this, I should be able to read it. So, zu Ludwigs engerem Kreis gehörte die Kaiserin von Österreich, Elisabeth. Sie war eine entfernte Verwandte und er sah sie in seiner Kindheit oft. Elisabeth war elegant und schön und schien das weibliche Ideal für den jungen Ludwig zu verkörpern. Ihre Freundschaft blieb nach ihrer Heirat bestehen, hauptsächlich jedoch über Briefe. Sie war stets ein ruhender Pol in Ludwigs Leben. Ganz Ludwigs Liebe zu Märchen und Schauspielen sprechen, nannte er sie die Taube und sie ihn den Adler. Okay. Alright. Oh, is it now?
Elizabeth frequently gave Ludwig advice on royal conduct, hoping to protect him from unfavorable public opinion. March 1st, 1865. My dearest Eagle, you have not written me in a few months. I have missed you. I often try to imagine what you are doing. I hear tales that you have been on retreat and have not been seen in Munich for some time. I suspect it is this new friend you wrote up so mysteriously that takes you away from home. I hope you are enjoying yourself, my beloved, but I beg you to caution. The people need to see you at the throne. I also hesitate to suggest that what your officials do in your absence may not always be in your own best interest. You have always been a true king, but you must let the people see you to ensure that they don't forget that. E. Your death.
And yes, You guessed correctly.
Ludwig's friends were concerned for his mental state long before his arrest. June 14th, 1878. My beloved Eagle, in your last letter you spoke so movingly of your torment that I was moved to tears. What is this torment? Why won't you confess to me what is truly troubling you? You must know that I would never despise you, no matter how horrible you believe your sins to be. Please do not write such barbs to my heart by even suggesting such things. If you do not wish to confess to me, at least tell me how I can aid you. I am always your true one, your dove. In this letter, dated November 1886, Elizabeth of Austria thanks Bishop Frank for his assistance in helping her fulfill Ludwig's last wishes. She writes that she knows it was an unusual request, but she believes Ludwig had reasons of his own for wishing it to be done. She hopes that his spirit finds peace at last. No further reference to this letter has ever been found. One can only speculate what the last wishes of a cornered and embattled Ludwig might have been.
Okay.
What were his last wishes? This place is giving me more questions than answers.
Well, the thing is, I never said that it was difficult to tell where I'm from when I'm speaking my native language. Because I definitely have an accent. Well, I sound Austrian when speaking German. Just a thing. So,
June 7th, 1886.
There's that.
A group of men arrive at Neuschwanstein Castle, demanding to take the king in custody. With them is Dr. Guden, the doctor who had been in charge of Otto, the king's mentally ill brother. The men have an order for the king's arrest on the grounds of insanity. They are refused admittance by a brave group of farmers and local soldiers who have come to Ludwig's aid. They are forced to retreat to nearby Hohenschwangau. This is the first Ludwig hears of the conspiracy. Ludwig composes a pamphlet explaining the subversive acts of the conspirators and eloquently pleading with his people for aid. The pamphlet is smuggled out of Neuschwanstein and printed, but the pamphlets are seized before they can be distributed.
Sure. It's definitely that place, yes. Not getting stuff mixed up.
June 12th, 1886. Ludwig knows the conspirators will return. He despairs. He asks his servant for the keys to the tower. The servant, fearing the king intends suicide, says the key is lost. Unbeknownst to Ludwig, the conspirators arrive at the castle. This time, there is no one to stop them. Ludwig is lured from his bedroom to the entry hall of Neuschwanstein on pretense. There, he is taken into custody. Ludwig is taken by carriage from Neuschwanstein to Berg, where his brother Otto had long been imprisoned. This is a great blow to the king's state of mind. While on the way, the group stops at Seeshaupt to change horses. Ludwig asks to see the postmistress, Frau Vogel. She brings him a glass of water and he says something to her. She never reveals these last words to anyone.
Gee, great.
June 13th, 1886. At Berg, Ludwig seems cooperative and coherent. Dr. Guden writes to the government that he has Ludwig well under control. The two men go out for a walk, and Dr. Guden is so confident he dismisses the guards. When Ludwig and the doctor do not return after several hours, a search is undertaken. The bodies of the two men are found in the lake, drowned. Circumstances unknown.
Well, it is a very talky game. Agreed. We're currently touring a museum, so...
June 18th, 1886. Ludwig's funeral procession marches through the streets of Munich, followed by enormous crowds of mourners. The service is held at a packed St. Michael's church. Lightning strikes the church during the service, but no one is harmed. Ludwig's body is entombed in the Wittelsbach crypt at St. Michael's. His heart is placed in an urn in the pilgrimage chapel at Altötting in the Wittelsbach tradition. The urn is shown to the right. His heart is in an urn. How bizarre.
Why wouldn't it be? It makes perfect sense. Oh no.
Oh my god.
What?
That's the slate for my dream.
Oh. Fine. I guess
Maybe
it
Mrs.
is.
Smith will know what my dream meant. I have to ask someone. This thing is getting too weird. Ludwig embarking on his sleigh. The midnight sleigh rides. Ludwig went on long sleigh rides in the middle of the night, particularly in his later years. It is said that he suffered from insomnia, headaches, and toothaches, and the rides soothed his restlessness. The sight of the king's grand sleigh speeding through the countryside of the Alps often startled the peasants and became a superstitious omen of ill fortune. I can see why. But what was he doing out there at night?
Die mitternächtlichen Schlittenfahrten. König Ludwig unternahm nachts lange Schlittenfahrten, besonders als er älter wurde. Es heißt, dass er an Schlaflosigkeit, Kopf- und Zahnschmerzen litt und dass die Schlittenfahrten seine Ruhelosigkeit linderten. Der Anblick des königlichen Schlittens, wie er nachts durch die alpenländische Gegend glitt, machte die Landbevölkerung nervös. Besonders abergläubische Naturen deuteten ihn als schlechtes Omen. There.
Ludwig's death mask.
Lovely.
Wow.
Alright. How about that thing?
I have no idea what that says. Looks old, though.
Truth, Life, and Death. King Ludwig II. Not sure how you translate this. And a bunch of stuff I can't read. Alright. It's like something about like citizen. So. Anyways. Let's see.
Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well.
What? What? What's that? But yes, English isn't my first language, for those of you who don't know yet. Oh, alright. Fine. I guess I didn't quite get that reference. It happens.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Ist das die Ludwig Museum?
Ja, ja. Ludwig der Zweite von Bayern.
She's weird. She was asking, is this the Ludwig Museum? And she was asking it, well, making a bit of a grammatical error. And the answer was yes, it's the Museum of Ludwig II. So, yes. She was being very silly. So, time to go back home, I think. I saw plenty of stuff.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back.
Good.
All right.
Gerda? Yes?
Have you heard
alright.
from Gabriel at all?
No, Grace, I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Well, she's still not very nice to her, but at least it's a bit better. Nah, I guess that's not necessary right now. I've already brought her flowers. Well, I brought them to the church, but close enough.
I'll write to Gabriel.
Nope.
As soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
Still not willing to do this part. Alright. Guess I'll head back to the village. But what do you mean my German sounds good? For German, or like... Not entirely sure what you mean by that.
Those look better. Gerda must have really loved Wolfgang.
Wow. It took her a second to realize that. If, well, she's saying that after all this time. So.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Are the Smiths in their room?
Yeah, I believe so.
Could you ask them to come down, please?
Oh, ja, natürlich.
Fair enough. And, oh, well. Long story.
You just tell Merle what's going on.
Alright. Basically, I've started, I started learning English when I was like 3 or 4 or something, so it's still not early enough for it to be like proper bilingual, but basically I learned to, well, speak English after I already knew some German. And I also learned to write in German before I really was taught to write in English. So, yeah, German was definitely first, but I'm kind of bilingual.
I had a dream last night. I didn't remember it at first, but I saw something today at one of the museums.
What was the dream?
I was being chased in the woods by wolves. And I saw a sleigh. Ludwig was inside. He pulled me up, and I thought I was safe. But then he turned into a wolf.
So what do you think, Mother?
A dream of rescue is a spiritual guide dream. The High Priestess in Gabriel's cards must be linked to Ludwig somehow.
What do the wolves represent?
I'm a psychic, dear, not Freud. But the one I got was about the black
Nice
wolf,
one.
wasn't it? And the wolves in the dream, it must be the same danger.
It's so frustrating. The more I find out, the more questions I have.
Why don't you try a little communicating of your own? Ludwig's the link. Appeal to him. The answers may not come right away, but at least you'll give the guide something specific to say the next time she contacts you.
Isn't there any way that you could, you know, do a psychic reading on Ludwig or something?
To tell you the truth, I've been trying all day to make contact, but I only feel great despair. Ludwig's soul is not at peace.
Okay.
I'd better go.
Anytime you need us, stop by.
And be careful now.
Thanks.
Alright. Well, I'd say everyone has an accent, because, well, there's no neutral way to pronounce words. You either pronounce them one way or the other. So there's no way to not have an accent. So, like, for example, you could say dance or dance, and well, they're both just different accents. There's no standardized one.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Thanks for follow.
Guess they're closed.
And yes, very believable. I'm guessing I still contract with these. Nope. Okay. Well, I keep on asking people what I sound like, so where they think I might be from, and I get all sorts of different answers. So, it's fun. At least, well, I enjoy it. But I guess it could get a bit repetitive. Not sure.
There's nothing else on werewolves in the occult section. Nothing else I can use in the biography section. I'm not sure what other...
So, am I ready to write stuff?
I'll write to Gabriel.
Nope. Okay. But yeah, I think I might have missed a room or something. I don't know. Well, I'm not tired of it. As I said, I'm having fun with, well, having people try and guess where I'm from and list all the different places that my accent might be from. Because, well, it's just interesting. So, I need to check the letter again. Because, what did he call this place? Oh, that's the ticket.
Ticket to the Ludwig Museum.
Varian, not sure what the correct translation would be. But it's basically an organization that keeps castles, gardens, and lakes in good condition. So, yes, that. So King Ludwig Museum, and yeah, it's valid for the entire day. So it's pretty much all the information that's on there. And yes, here in chemistry. So all right. I think you'd pronounce it Herrenchiemsee, but I'm not sure. I don't actually know the place. Okay. So you can't visit this castle anymore? Or was this castle never part of that organization's stuff? Because I wouldn't know.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty.
But I thought this castle was still open for the public. I mean, maybe not right now, but...
Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep. Maybe Ludwig thought...
So,
The washstand.
I've already looked at this part.
Scenes from the opera Tristan and Isolde.
Okay.
Scenes from...
Nope, that's the same one. And that's the door. Okay. Alright, I mean... I do get that flash photography tends to be prohibited, but... On the other hand, they do need to pay quite a bit to keep places like this intact.
I'm surprised people don't sit in these chairs when the guard's not looking.
Okay, so...
I'm surprised.
So, I guess I'm not gonna try
These
that.
linens look seriously expensive. And seriously old.
Yep.
These linens look...
So... Or maybe I would have been able to go through that door?
I wonder if Ludwig...
I guess not. So... Where do I want to go? There has to be something I'm missing.
I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room. I can almost picture Ludwig in here. I wonder what he really dreamt about in this room.
Why, though? To be honest, tan trench coat isn't really my style, so... Yeah, I don't get it. Oh, fine. Sorry. Inserting myself. So. Well, I'm trying to find a place that I, well, missed the first time round in this castle, so if I'm not reading chat as closely as usual, then
I wonder
sorry.
why he was studying the occult before he died.
Well, I do have a black trench coat.
I wonder why he was studying the occult before he... I wonder why... I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it.
Well, if the guard sees it, is she gonna walk off? No? I guess she doesn't want to leave the room. Oh, there she is. Alright.
I doubt there's anything left in there now. Besides, the guard would kill me if I touched it.
Fine. I guess not.
I doubt.
So, what else could I do in here? Did I miss anything in here? I'm very confused. I have to be missing something. Alright. So, all the places. Alright. So, where do I go first? Museum, I guess?
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment.
I mean, there has to be something else in this place. This isn't worth the entry fee. Right? This is just like a teeny tiny room. Oh, there. Alright. There's more stuff.
Even after Wagner's death, Ludwig still showed signs of obsession with the composer. This letter, written in 1882 by Ludwig to the conductor of the Munich Opera, instructs the conductor to make preparations for a new Wagner opera. The conductor went to see the king as instructed. When he arrived, Ludwig was ill and refused to see him. Nothing further was ever heard of this mysterious new opera. Was it a figment of an ill man's desperate wishes?
Yes.
Ludwig is offered a crown of laurels by the genius of immortal fame.
Okay. That's interesting.
26th July, 1874. By the power of the lily, we shall have the strength to resist all temptations throughout the whole year.
What? What is this stuff?
26th July, 1875. Solemn oath before the picture of the great king. Refrain for 3 months from all excitement. This oath has its binding power as well as its potency by de par le Roy, LNR, DPLR.
What excitement? I need to see more of that diary.
I'm very confused. But yeah, it's just random entries from his diary. And apparently he had a giant painting about getting a crown of laurels from the patron saint of immortal, well, fame. Yeah. I'm very confused. What kind of diary is that?
Ludwig and Wagner. Ludwig loved the opera of his contemporary Richard Wagner. He helped support Wagner's music through much of his life. Ludwig considered Wagner a close friend, often calling him the great friend. Wagner encouraged this infatuation, some believe, for personal gain. Typical artist.
But yeah, don't we all have a giant painting as part of our diary that depicts us getting crowned in some shape or form?
He looks so regal. Why would he give up all of this pageantry and become a recluse?
Why not?
Ludwig is Grand Master of the Knights of St. George. The Knights of St. George was an aristocratic society dedicated to the acts of chivalry. Ludwig loved the medieval pageantry of the order in his early years, before his increasing reclusiveness drove him to abandon public appearances.
And I can read stuff out in German again if you guys want me to.
Signets and sash pins from the Order of the Knights of St. George. These were worn on Ludwig's uniform, as befitted his rank of Grand Master. They are now the property of the Bavarian Crown Treasury.
It just takes a lot longer for me to go through that stuff if I read everything out, but sure. What do you mean? So, well, part of this is cut off. So, yeah, so basically this entire part is cut off. So, I can read the rest of it. So, something. Auf dem Weg, den König zu sehen. Als er die Residenz erreichte, war der König unpässlich und verweigerte die Audienz. Niemals wieder hörte man ein Wort von dieser mysteriösen neuen Oper. Sie war nur das Hirngespinst der verzweifelten Wünsche eines kranken Mannes. There. And Ludwig wird vom Schutzpatron des unsterblichen Ruhms ein Lorbeerkranz verliehen. Bei der Macht der Lilie das gesamte Jahr hindurch werden wir die Kraft haben, allen Versuchungen zu trotzen. Feierlicher Eid vor dem Bild des großen Königs. They used a capital B in here. It's weird. It's a letter that doesn't really exist in English, and it's definitely not a capital B. So, incorrect. Anyways. Entsagung von allen Freunden für 3 Monate. Freuden für 3 Monate. Dieser Eid bezieht seine Binnenkraft. I'm slightly confused now, so don't mind me. I'll start again. Entsagung von allen Freuden für 3 Monate. Dieser Eid bezieht seine bindende Kraft, wie auch seine Macht von that. That's not German. And that's it. Ludwig und Wagner. Ludwig liebte die Opern seines Zeitgenossen Richard Wagner. Er unterstützte Wagner-Musik, solange er lebte. Ludwig betrachtete Wagner als engen Freund und nannte ihn oft den größten Freund. Wagner forcierte diese Begeisterung, wie manchmal behauptet wird, aus persönlicher Habgier.
Ludwig.
And last one. Orden und Siegel des Ritterordens von Heiligen Georg. Sie wurden an der Uniform Ludwigs getragen, als Zeichen seines Ranges als Großmeister. And that's the correct letter. See? The capital B and that letter are different. Anyways. Sie sind heute Eigentum der Schatzverwaltung des Freistaats Bayern. Ludwig als Großmeister des Ritterordens vom Heiligen Georg. Der Orden war eine aristokratische Gesellschaft, die sich dem Rittertum verpflichtet hatte. In seinen jungen Jahren liebte Ludwig das mittelalterliche Gepränge des Ordens, bevor er sich mehr und mehr zurückzog und sich der Öffentlichkeit nicht mehr zeigte. Alright. And yes, it is.
Looks like it weighs a ton. Ludwig's Grand Master Wardrobe from the Knights of St. George.
Ludwigs Gewand als Großmeister des Ritterordens vom Heiligen Georg.
Ludwig's Grand...
So.
Richard Wagner.
Another one. Alright.
Ludwig's diary. Ludwig kept a diary from 1869 when he was 24 years old until his death. The diary provides a fascinating look into the mind of this tormented man. The original diary is kept in the Royal Archives. A few entries are shown on the opposite wall. I've got to see that diary.
Really? There's a capital version? What? I didn't even know that. It used to be that if you were typing in all caps, you'd replace it with 2 S's. So, yeah. And just generally, that's the, like, normal alphabet replacement for that letter. Anyways. There's still words that have 2 S's without them being supposed to be replaced by that letter. German is a very confusing language. And, with the, well, basically there have been changes in the German language. I don't know why, but, well. Anyways, some letters used to be written with that special letter, but now they've switched them to 2 S's. Well, now, as in years ago. So, you can still see people use the old spelling, but yeah, there's been like spelling reform thing. So, yeah. Alright. I can't say I've heard of it. Well, German government, so yeah. Makes sense that I haven't heard of it. Anyways, Ludwigs Tagebuch. Seit 1869, als er 24 Jahre alt war, bis zu seinem Tod führte der König ein Tagebuch. Dieses Buch ermöglicht faszinierende Einblicke in das Seelenleben dieses gepeinigten Mannes. Das Original wird in den königlichen Archiven aufbewahrt. There. Alright. Wait, can I look at it? I guess not.
Richard Wagner.
Nice chairs. So, I guess I've seen everything in that room. So, I might be done here. I don't know. Because I hadn't seen that room before. But I have seen this room. How about that way? Nope, same room. So it might be done now.
Schloss Ritter.
Hi, did you have a good time?
There's nothing else on... Nothing else... I'm not sure...
Anyways, to be honest, I'm not sure why people have the whole stereotype of Germans screaming all the time. It's not the case.
I'll write to Gabriel. Soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water.
I'd say it's not a louder language than English. Or more aggressive language. Like it might sound less melodic, I guess, but apart from that...
I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
Does it though? I mean, I've been reading stuff out in German that sound aggressive. So...
I don't have anything
Nope.
to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Not gonna try and talk to them again. I doubt she has any new mail for me. And they're probably still closed. Yep. I figured they'd be. Alright. I mean, maybe there's even more rooms that I've missed somehow?
At least I have the car keys now.
I don't know. So... Okay. Still got tasks left. I'll just keep on trying this place first, just because it seems smaller. Nope, that's not the painting that I was clicking on. It looked like... well, it could be a reflection of the painting. I thought it was a magazine or something.
Ludwig is Prince Charming. He played the part well.
Alright. That just looks like a normal portrait, but okay. Well, normal as in... oh. And to be honest, well, maybe it's different in Austria, but... in my experience, German and English are about the same volume level.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Is there any way to see more of Ludwig's diary?
Ludwigs Tagebuch im Museum?
Ja,
Wo kann ich Ludwigs Tagebuch hier anschauen?
die Tagebücher sind ganz persönlich. Die sind in den königlichen Archiven. Niemand darf die lesen. Aber nein, niemand darf die lesen.
Danke.
All right. Well, to summarize, she was going, like, diaries in the museum? Question mark? And, like, can I read the diaries? And she was going, they're very personal, and they're in the archives, and nobody's allowed to read them. And she seemed like she was doing the stereotypical, oh, I'm an angry German now because, reasons. So, yeah.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Do you know anything about the new Wagner opera?
Im Museum ist einen Brief von Ludwig über eine neue Wagner-Oper.
Ja, ja, ich kenne diesen Brief.
Wo kann ich mehr von dieser Wagner-Oper sehen?
Ja, ich weiß nichts über Wagner. Das hier ist kein Wagner-Museum.
Ja, ich weiß.
In Bayreuth befindet sich ein Wagner-Museum. Versuchen Sie es halt doch, ne?
Bayreuth. Danke.
So, she was going, I read about the new Wagner opera, and other lady responded, yes, I know about the letter. And then Grace was going, like, do you know anything about that new opera? And her response was, no, because I don't know much about Wagner, because this is not a Wagner museum. And then she told her where to find the Wagner Museum. So, guessing it's gonna show up on the map? There it is.
Grüß Gott.
Guten Tag. Ist das die Wagner Museum?
Ja, you're an American, aren't you? I'm afraid the house is closed this time of year. It will be open next month.
Crap.
You are interested in Wagner?
Very interested. Very recently very interested.
Sure.
Okay.
Most of the house is closed for cleaning, but a few rooms are open. I shouldn't let you, probably, but if it is only you, you are done, aren't you?
Endlessly.
Come in and look over.
That's very generous. What do I owe you?
Georg Immerding. There's only a few displays. Besides, I wouldn't be much of a shining knight if I charged you.
Thanks, Georg. My name is Grace.
Hello.
All right.
Have a good time.
So, hoping he won't get fired for that.
Wagner's piano. On this piano, the maestro composed his later operas, including The Ring.
Wagners Flügel. Auf diesem Instrument komponierte der Meister seine Opern, einschließlich Der Ring der Nibelungen.
Wagner's...
Alright. Anything else?
Franz Liszt, composer and Cosima Wagner's father. Richard Wagner.
I'll just ask him about all the things.
What are you doing here if the museum is closed?
They always like to have a caretaker here. It's a good job for me. I can soak in the atmosphere of the maestro while I compose.
What are you composing?
This? Oh, a new arrangement. One of Wagner's pieces.
For the Bayreuth Opera?
No. I am only a student at the university. I study music, composition, conducting.
No. But also the wording of that makes it even more creepy, so yes. I'll just
Is there much of a call for
tell you that much.
Ask my brother. He is the conductor for the Munich Opera.
Well, that's convenient. Does that mean you get free opera tickets?
Yes. I get a week's pass to the Opernfestspiele, the opera festival in Munich. It starts in a few months.
Hope I'm still around to see it.
Come with me if you like. If you're still around, I can go backstage and all sorts of things.
I'd love that.
All right.
If I'm still in Germany, I'll call you, all right?
Yeah, good.
Now they've got a date. Interesting.
Tell me about Wagner.
He was a character. He spent most of his life trying to convince rich patrons to subsidize his work. Unfortunately, he had expensive tastes. You see, he believed that someone of his genius deserved to live well. Can't argue with that.
But Ludwig II supported him, didn't he?
Yeah, sure, but Ludwig came along very late in Wagner's life. By then, he had already been run out of Venice and most major cities because of debt. Ludwig saved him. And the music. Best thing Ludwig ever did.
Have you ever heard about the letter that Ludwig wrote to the Munich conductor in 1882 telling him to prepare for a new Wagner opera?
You're full of surprises.
Thanks so far.
What do you know?
For an American. What's that supposed to
No
mean?
one knows anything about it. It's like a treasure map, you know? It's probably a complete fairy tale, but it does make you wonder.
You have no idea what it could have referred to? Maybe something that Wagner was working on with Ludwig?
If there was, there's no trace of it. Except perhaps in the dreams of unemployed music students.
Okay.
Have you ever heard about the wolf panels in the Singers' Hall at Neuschwanstein?
Did my brother send you here?
What? What?
No.
What?
Probably not.
What?
It's only
What?
the letter to the conductor, the wolf panels. Oh, my brother thinks I am crazy because of all my theories.
What theories?
This is crutch.
It's nonsense.
If there was a lost opera, a lost Wagner opera, and if one could find it, to a conductor, this would be like finding King Tut's tomb. But people have looked for it before. If it ever existed, it is gone forever. My brother says I waste my time even thinking about it.
He probably is.
I'm curious. Is there any other information that points to the lost opera besides Ludwig?
I didn't call him nonsense, I was translating what he was saying.
It's nothing. I'm not even supposed to have seen it. You see, my brother says that Wagner was too egotistical to have produced a lost opera. If he was working on something new, every person in Bayreuth would have heard about it. On the other hand, it was in Ludwig's character to have wanted a private opera.
But it wouldn't have been private. Ludwig's letter shows he intended it to be played in Munich.
Yes, but that it would get so far without Wagner telling others? Why keep it a secret?
Maybe there was a very good reason for secrecy.
For example?
Werewolves. I'm not crazy. Uh-huh. Yes. Probably best to end the conversation there.
Opera costumes. This must be a model of Wagner's own theater, here in Bayreuth.
Can I get my mouse cursor back? Thanks.
These look like production designs. I don't see anything that looks like those wolf paintings in Neuschwanstein, though. These look like production designs. I don't see... The great patron himself. Ludwig as the classical Greek hero.
Lovely, more letters.
A portrait given as a gift from Ludwig to Wagner.
Dieses Porträt ist ein Geschenk von Ludwig an Wagner.
June 10th, 1881, Munich residence. Great friend. I am writing to you in the middle of the night. My blood is pounding too wildly for sleep. Tonight's performance, how can I describe it? I am unsure whether to be terrified or thrilled. Perhaps I even feel hopeful. If it is hope, you have given it to me, my friend, for the first time in years. We must speak. Something happened during the music tonight, but I must have your absolute confidence. As you love me, come at once. Your devoted king, Ludwig.
So, for some reason they've got the wrong letter here. I don't know if the spelling changed or whatever it is, or if it was just a typo. It might be a typo, because they don't really seem to proofread the German stuff. Anyways, so I'll read it like a normal O for those of you who might have been reading along while I was reading them out in German. But yes, this letter right there. You'd probably have a normal O there, not that letter. So, yes. Anyways, mein großer Freund, es ist tiefste Nacht, während ich euch dies schreibe. Mein Herz pocht so laut, dass ich keinen Schlaf finden kann. Die Aufführung heute Nacht, wie soll ich es beschreiben? Ich weiß nicht. Soll ich aufgeregt sein oder zu Tode erschreckt? Vielleicht fühle ich sogar Hoffnung. Wenn es Hoffnung ist, so habt ihr sie mir zurückgegeben, mein Freund. Zum ersten Mal seit Jahren. Wir müssen sprechen. Heute Nacht ist während der Aufführung etwas passiert. Ihr wisst, ich muss mich auf eure Schweigsamkeit absolut verlassen können. Wenn ihr mich liebt, so kommt ohne Zeit zu verlieren. In tiefster Verehrung, euer euch liebender König Ludwig. Ja. And do they have a response?
July 1882. Great and beloved king, Monsieur Beaujolais and I have finished the diagram. We checked the figures many times, and Monsieur is confident that it will work. 8 identical fixtures are to be made from the diagram and placed in the theater exactly as specified. I'm sending the diagram with your courier. Be full of hope and have courage. All will be well. Your own, Wagner.
And what's the nerdiest thing on Twitch? Rereading stuff out in German and criticizing their German. Because, well, yeah, it could be that word too, but point being, they're was a typo there. So, it was either great friend or greatest friend. And since the English translation had great friend, well, that's why I read the German word for great, not greatest. Anyways. Großer und geliebter König. French word that I won't pronounce, French name that I won't pronounce. Und ich haben das Diagramm fertiggestellt. Wir haben die Zahlen viele Mal überprüft und M ist zuversichtlich, dass alles funktionieren wird. 8 identische Gegenstände müssen nach dem Diagramm hergestellt werden. Diese müssen dann exakt wie angegeben im Theater platziert werden. Die Handwerker haben die angegebenen Abmessungen der Kristalle präzise einzuhalten. They have another typo here. Und alles exakt wie angegeben anzubringen. Ich sende das Diagramm und diesen Brief mit eurem Kurier. Für ihn möchte ich mich besonders bedanken. Seid voll Hoffnung und habt Mut, mein geliebter König. Alles wird gut werden. Wagner. There.
July 1882. Great, be full of hope.
Anyways.
Ludwig's death mask. An old sofa. The death of Wagner. On Ash Wednesday, 1883, Wagner suffered a heart attack in a Venetian gondola on the way to San Michele. His wife and the gondolier carried him into a church where he regained consciousness. Wagner died 4 days later on this sofa.
Wagners Tod. Am Aschermittwoch 1883 erlitt Wagner eine Herzattacke, als once again, one T, not two. Anyways, als mit einer venezianischen Gondel auf dem Weg nach that place war. Seine Frau und der Gondolier trugen ihn in eine Kirche, wo er wieder das Bewusstsein. They're missing a word. Wagner starb 4 Tage später auf seinem Sofa. Basically, they wrote where he consciousness. So, yeah.
Wagner's death mask.
I thought we already saw a death mask of his. Did they make several and put them all in his museum for some reason?
It looks like an architectural drawing of a theater. The Wittelsbacher Theater, München. Every square inch is measured. It's a letter from a Monsieur Beaujolais, dated September 1881. Looks like he's discussing acoustics and sound waves, and crystals. Wasn't Wagner's Bayreuth Theater already built? Why would Wagner be worrying about acoustics?
Why wouldn't he worry about acoustics?
Wagner's desk, exactly as it was on the day
Thanks a
he
follow.
died.
And, well, it might not be poorly made overall, but the details, yeah, well, they kinda didn't do the details that well. But it's Sierra, so. Anyways. Would be silly to have a German speaker proofread the German, because why would you even do that? That's completely useless. So, anything I haven't looked at? Well, I guess I've seen all the things now.
Do you know anything about that letter from Wagner to Ludwig in the display case? The one about the diagram?
Ah, no. Some sort of equipment for Ludwig's theater. But I don't know why Wagner would have cared about this. If he was worried about any theater, you would think it would have been his own theater, here, in Bayreuth.
And if you think that proofreading was the most expensive part of this game, then... well, that seems very unlikely to me. Sure, they didn't pay for proofreading, but it probably wouldn't have been that expensive. They could have, well, used older technology to create the game, not make it in this style, and used the money for proofreading. But they didn't do that. They could have just, like, hired a random student and given them, like, I don't know, $100, and there, proofreading done. No. I'm just saying proofreading wouldn't have been expensive in the grand scheme of things. They just didn't do it.
I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
I'm not saying it's a bad game overall, but, well. Yeah, well. Even if the internet didn't exist, pretty sure they would have found at least one German speaker willing to proofread everything for, like, well, very low salary. No. I mean, I might seem like a vampire. Thanks for the bits. Anyways, I might seem like a vampire, but I wasn't in the US in the 90s to proofread random Sierra games, so, well.
I'll write to Gabriel, soon as I have enough info to blow his little investigation out of the water. I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
Okay. So, I'll check the village again. But yes, I am aware that professional proofreaders exist. My point was, you don't even have to hire a professional proofreader. You could just, like, hire an actual German speaker and
They're closed.
have them read over it like a couple of times. That's probably gonna be fine.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber.
If you choose the right person. But it seems like they had no German speakers reading over the entire thing. Maybe parts of it, but, well, apparently not the signs. Yeah, I know.
At least I have.
Germans were just non-existent in the 90s. Obviously. It's not like they hired German actors to be in this game or something. I mean, for most of the actors and actresses, yeah, they did indeed not hire Germans, but there's like one or two.
I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment.
Okay. Am I done anywhere? Nope. Nope. I'm not. Alright. That seems like quite the drive to do every few minutes. Well, every few minutes and, well, real time. Not in game time, I'd assume. Yeah. That hint system is useless. I don't know if I'm missing anything in these places or if I'm supposed to do stuff later. I don't know. Actually, maybe I'm supposed to talk to this lady again?
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment.
And I think it looks pretty genuine to me. Like, this is the typical map style they have over here. So, generally when you have a German language map that has this exact style and colors. So, yeah. Yeah, I think they bought this map because it looks very genuine. I mean, depending on whether or not this place is real after all, they might have added that in. And, well, I don't know about those places, like, if they'd be important enough to be marked like that. But it seems like they got a proper one and then just altered it a bit. Anyways, where do I go? I mean, yeah, wow, great. Thanks, hint system. Okay, well, as I said, it looks very genuine to me. I've seen plenty of maps in this exact style. So. Let's see, do I have any new items? Or I could check the library again. I probably did that already, but... Oh.
nothing else I can use. There's nothing else. I'm not sure what a...
And I still can't write the letter.
I'll write to
Yep, still can't do that. Makes sense. Alright. Can't talk to her. Don't know if I'm done in the village, so I'll check over here in case I haven't done that.
I don't have any...
Nope, still not supposed to talk to that guy or the couple that is staying at his place. And this is Grace, not Gabriel.
At least I have...
But, yeah. Nice one there. Okay, can I get my mouse cursor? There we go. Alright, let's see. Where do I want to go? No, mouse cursor, not mass cursor. Yes, it is my first playthrough of this game. But it's not my first time starting the game up. Done like 3 or 4 streams. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing in this game, so yeah, I'm not using a walkthrough or anything like that. And I haven't watched someone else play the game. So I'm pretty clueless. Interesting. Alright. Well, I don't miss that.
I don't think the guards want to be bothered while on duty. Maybe Ludwig thought all this luxury would help him sleep.
So yeah, I don't know who to talk to in this place.
I don't think
none of them want to talk to me.
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment.
Okay. Now what? I guess I could check her journal? Nice. Okay.
Mrs. Smith thinks that Christian Ritter's letter to Ludwig about the Black Wolf and her own warning about the Black Wolf so soon thereafter are pointing the way to Ludwig. She says I should look into him. While I may not totally buy her logic, I can't help but agree with her. Last night, a man in
Already had that, and here we go.
The entire castle is decorated on themes from classical heroic German dramas, a taste Ludwig shared with composer Richard Wagner. In fact, most of the stories illustrated at Neuschwanstein are ones Wagner wrote operas about. Herren Chiemsee. Ludwig supported Wagner financially, called him the Great Friend. Herren Chiemsee. Ludwig wrote a letter to the Munich conductor in 1882 telling him to prepare for a new Wagner opera, but then refused to see the man. Nothing more was ever heard about this new opera. Was there something new, or was Ludwig crazy?
Can I turn the page? No? I guess not. Alright.
Mrs. Smith claims to not know anything about the Black Wolf. She says she was channeling the message from someone else. She says she doesn't know who, but that the force was very powerful. She wants to help get to the bottom of it. I suppose I could use the help, even if she is a bit odd. Yeah, and the Grand Canyon's a bit deep.
Well, that's not very nice.
Herren Chiemsee, notes on Ludwig's death. His funeral was on June 18th, 1886. The whole country went into shock. Guess they were pretty crazy about him despite his bizarre ways. At least the common people were. His body is entombed in the Wittelsbacher crypt at St. Michael's Church in Munich. His heart was placed in an urn in the pilgrimage chapel at Altötting. Herren Chiemsee, notes on Ludwig's death, June 12th, 1886. Ludwig knew the conspirators were coming to arrest him.
Actually, I'll try and read those in order, I think. How many notes did she take? Wow. Alright.
Mrs. Smith thinks that Christian Ritter's letter... Mrs. Smith thinks...
I think I've possibly read this stuff, but
Werner
I'll
Huber
just
says
start
that
at
Ludwig II
the
was
start.
the last true king Bavaria had.
Alright.
Says he was a genius, built castles. Politicians declared him insane and he was arrested. Werner thinks he was murdered. Obviously, Werner's opinions are one thing, but I need to find out some facts. Mrs. Smith thinks that Christian Ritter's letter to Ludwig about the Black Wolf and her own warning about the Black Wolf so soon thereafter are pointing the way to Ludwig. She says I should look into him. While I may not totally buy her logic, I can't help but agree with her.
Okay, can I turn the page? There.
Neuschwanstein. Ludwig lived from 1845 to 1886. He built 3 castles. Wagner seems to have had a major effect on Ludwig's life. Find out more about that. Neuschwanstein. Ludwig was bankrupted after spending extravagantly on construction. Neuschwanstein. Ludwig and his whole family were devout Catholics. His private chapel contains images of the Black Madonna of Altötting, Mary figure, and St. Louis of France. He apparently had a thing for the French monarchy, but at one point had all the Louis images in all of his castles covered up. Mean something? Neuschwanstein. Ludwig was really into swans and lilies. They represented purity and majesty. Later in life, he became more and more reclusive. Didn't even want servants to look at him. Neuschwanstein. Weird. Ludwig wanted his castles destroyed after his death. I wonder why. Neuschwanstein. Ludwig studied the occult. Also, he withdrew from his state duties, wanted to be a real king, but didn't have much power under Prussia. I should find out more about Bavaria's relationship with Prussia. Neuschwanstein. There are paintings in the Singers' Hall portraying scenes from an unknown story, scenes involving a wolf. More than that, the story looks like a werewolf story to me. Plus, these paintings aren't the original paintings. Ludwig had these put in later, covering the old ones up. Perhaps I'm letting my imagination overrun my objectivity. What story are these scenes from? Why did Ludwig have a sudden affinity with a wolf? Possible werewolf story.
I still think some of the times she says wolf, it sounds like woof. So, werewolf story. I'm easily amused.
Mrs. Smith and I discussed my Ludwig dream. She says the dream confirms that Gabriel's spirit guide is linked somehow to Ludwig, and that the spirit guide is powerful. It reached unpsychic me through a dream. She also thinks the wolves symbolize the danger we're being warned about. Like I couldn't figure that much out myself. Herrn Chiemsee. Ludwig had a good friend, Empress Elizabeth of Austria. Her letters mention a new friend of Ludwig's, 1865, and in 1878, Ludwig being tormented in some way which he won't tell her about. Herrn Chiemsee. Ludwig kept a diary. It might explain his torment. I need to get a hold of this, if at all possible. It ought to provide better clues than I found anywhere else.
And yes, that would be the one.
I forgot. Last night I dreamt Ludwig rescued me from a pack of wolves in a sleigh. It was in the woods at night, and the sleigh he was in looks just like his real sleigh, which I saw in the museum. How could I have dreamt it so accurately when I've never seen the sleigh before? I never even knew that he took sleigh rides.
Yes. That one.
Herrn Chiemsee. After Ludwig died, Elizabeth of Austria wrote to a bishop thanking him for helping her fulfill Ludwig's last wishes. What were they? I hate the fact that everyone who might know any of these answers is dead.
Basically, she's, like, well, rather famous. So, there's, like, a famous painting of her with, like, crystal flower thingies in her hair. So, yeah, she's about as famous as Austrian rulers ever got to be. Well, of the emperors, I'd say.
Herrn Chiemsee. Notes on Ludwig's death, June 12, 1886. Ludwig knew the conspirators were coming to arrest him because they'd been there once before. He'd asked for the key to the tower, supposedly to commit suicide. He never made it to the tower, but was instead arrested for insanity. He was taken to Berg by carriage, and on the way they stopped at a place called Seeshaupt. Ludwig talked to the postmistress there, but no one knows what he said.
Yes, because she was the actual emperor's wife. So, yeah. You'd hope they weren't related, right?
Herrn Chiemsee, June 13th, 1886. Ludwig and his doctor went out for a walk and never returned. They were both found drowned in the nearby lake. Murder or suicide?
Because generally, they seemed to prefer to, well, marry royalty. So, well. If they married within the same country, that would probably mean marrying within your own family. So, even marrying with other royal families was, well, let's just say the Habsburgs have a bit of an interesting family tree. Don't look at it too closely.
Herrn Chiemsee, notes on Ludwig's death. His funeral was on June 18th, 1886. The whole country went into shock. Guess they were pretty crazy about him despite his bizarre ways. At least the common people were. His body is entombed in the Wittelsbacher crypt at St. Michael's Church in Munich. His heart was placed in an urn in the pilgrimage chapel at Altötting.
Well, especially if it's not your first cousin. Yeah. Let's just say that, well, their family tree is sometimes more of a wreath. Yeah.
Museum. Apparently, Wagner liked to live luxuriously and had run into considerable debt before Ludwig adopted him as patron late in Wagner's life. Georg says Ludwig saved the music. I'd say Wagner owed him one. Wagner Museum. Georg is familiar with both Ludwig's letter to the conductor and the wolf paintings at Neuschwanstein. He mentioned the fable of a lost opera. If there is some music that was lost, and if it is related to the wolf paintings at Neuschwanstein, the piece may have involved a werewolf story. But to what end?
Yes, a werewolf story.
Wagner Museum. One of the last things Wagner was working on was something with a Monsieur Beaujolais. In a letter dated September 1881, they discussed acoustics, sound waves, and crystals.
Hello.
Wagner Museum. On Wagner's desk at the time of his death was a diagram of the Wittelsbacher Theater in Munich, one with every possible measurement taken. Acoustics?
Just acoustics, alright.
Wagner Museum. Ludwig writes to Wagner June 1881 in an excited state, asking him to come at once and in great secrecy. He says he felt something that night at a performance. A Wagner performance? Felt what? Surely he heard enough Wagner operas by then not to get that excited.
Well, if you think that European history doesn't have its own, ups and downs, let's say, then you've not really heard that much about world history. So, yeah. You may want to read up on that, but it's up to you.
Wagner Museum. Wagner writes to Ludwig July 1882, saying he and Monsieur Beaujolais have finished the diagram. He says 8 figures are to be made from it and installed in the theater exactly according to the diagram. Wagner Museum. Wagner died on Ash Wednesday, 1883.
Okay. I guess that's the last page. Alright.
I don't have anything
now
to
what?
say to her at the moment.
I guess I'm still trying to get that diary. But I don't know how to break into that place. Have I read this part?
December 14th, 1881, Linderhof. Order another work by Jennings on the occult. Write urgently to Klug, saying that I insist that the stoppages by the bank cease. I want it, and therefore it must be done. Write very urgently. He must succeed at once, and then must report to me urgently. If I give orders to clear my room, doing so must not be postponed as it happened. Pencils must be pointed without special orders. The day after tomorrow, 1,000 marks. How is Louis now? I want to know whether he looks unhappy. How often have I said that the coffee must not come up boiling hot, so that it can only be drunk after standing an hour? If any more correspondence come from Louis, they are to be burnt immediately, but I am to be informed of their arrival.
Well, to be honest, I'm not that knowledgeable on Wagner. So, I don't know either. But I'd assume it's the usual. I have vague memory of stuff named after Wagner being renamed. So,
These are actual notes from Ludwig to his servants. They go far in showing the king's state of mind. They were smuggled out and used as evidence in compiling the order for Ludwig's arrest.
Might be wrong though.
December 18th, 1881, Linderhof. Every day get up earlier for certain. See to that very particularly. Write it down. Remember that when the great friend arrives at Neuschwanstein, we retire to the hall. We are not to be disturbed. I will not tolerate interference or insubordination.
Anyways. Time to read all of that in German. Alright. Bestelle bei Jennings ein weiteres Werk über das Okkulte. Schreib... What? I have absolutely no clue what that is. Something. An Klug und fordere, dass die Verzögerungen bei der Bank aufhören. Ich will es und deshalb muss es getan werden. Verfasse dringendes Schreiben. Er muss Erfolg haben, sofort. Danach unbedingt Berichterstattung bei mir. Wenn ich Anweisungen gebe, wie meine Räumlichkeiten zu säubern sind, so hat das nicht, wie bereits geschehen, verschoben zu werden. Bleistifte müssen gespitzt werden, ohne dass es besonderer Anweisungen bedarf. Übermorgen 1000 Mark. Wie geht es Louis jetzt? Ich möchte wissen, ob er unglücklich aussieht. Wie oft habe ich gesagt, dass der Kaffee nicht kochend heiß serviert werden soll, sodass er erst nach einer Stunde getrunken werden kann. Yes, don't you hate it when your coffee doesn't cool down within an hour? What? What kind of mugs did they use? And, well, whatever. Wenn noch Post von Louis kommt, so hat sie sofort verbrannt zu werden, aber man hat mich über das Eintreffen zu informieren. So. Anweisungen von Ludwig an seine Diener. Sie dokumentieren den Gemütszustand des Königs. Sie wurden herausgeschmuggelt und dienten für seine Verhaftung als Beweismittel. Stehe jeden Tag früher auf, um sicher zu sein. Acht peinlichst darauf. Well, whatever. Schreibe es nieder. Darf nicht vergessen, dass wir nicht gestört werden dürfen, wenn der größte Freund in Schwanstein eintrifft und uns in die Halle zurückziehen. Ich werde weder Zuwiderhandlung noch Ungehorsam dulden. Alright, there we go. Anyways. Well, I mean, I'm not much of an opera fan, so I don't know much about his works either. And I'm not that much of a history buff. I know plenty of people who are, I'm just not. So, there's that.
I don't have anything to say to her at the moment.
So, did I take any new notes from that stuff? Guessing I might have. Nope. So, didn't write anything down because of that. But it's still a good time to save. There. Anyways, I do think I might need a hint because I'm kinda stuck. The diary is in like the Bavarian history archive place thing. So yeah. I doubt it's in the museum itself, to be honest. But it could be, like, behind the scenes. Don't know. Sure, I'll try and call him again. She specifically said that, well, he'd call her, but whatever.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back. Good.
Grace
What?
Grace Nakamura.
Alright. She knows her own name. That's a relief. And I don't know how he's supposed to call her, considering she's not even home for most of the day. Nope, that's the ticket, not the... There, that's the card. Alright. Now I can call him. Alright. That makes perfect sense. Wait for him to call you and then call him anyways.
Hello?
Hi, Professor Barkley. It's Grace.
Oh, good. I have a name for you. It's Herr Josef Dahlmeier, and he specializes in Bavarian history, and I think he's somewhere near where you are.
Herr Josef Dahlmeier. Great, got a number?
Yeah, I do. It's 4982-555-2234.
Thanks a lot. Sorry about the bother.
That's no bother. When are you coming back to school, Gracie?
When I figure it out, I'll let you know.
Well, be good.
Alright, can I write stuff
Gabriel.
down? Nope. So... Alright. Call that guy? Wow, that's a very dramatic note. I mean, she just wrote that down. Why all the dramatic music? I don't get it. He even has the portrait on as well. Wow.
Sind Sie Herr Josef Dahlmeier?
Yeah, you must be Grace Nakamura, the American history student.
Yes.
I hear you're interested in Ludwig II.
Very.
Good. There's something I want to show you. Drive
Uh-oh.
to Berg on Starnberger See. Meet me at the Memorial Chapel.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Was there anything you wanted me to look into before we meet?
Well, I was hoping you knew something about someone called the Black Wolf. He was a contemporary of Ludwig's. He lived in Prussia, I think, and he was well connected.
Never heard of him, but I'll check. See you there.
Thanks. Bye.
Alright. So. Yes, she knows some German because Gabriel has been living over here for like a year now. And she decided to learn more German than he did, even though she wasn't living here. So, there's that. Yep, exactly. She learned a surprising amount of German just through books, somehow. Even though her pronunciation is better than some of the German native speakers in this game. So, well. So. Well, I don't think so. they've had several people who had very strong accents and they did not sound like a Bavarian accent. I'm not an expert on Bavarian accents either, but, well, I know enough about them to tell you that it doesn't sound like, well, all the other accents that they've been speaking.
This is where he died. You must be Grace. Herr Dahlmeier.
Hello.
Josef. I didn't mean to startle you. I wanted you to see it. I feel him here the most, you know, more than at the castle.
Okay.
So, what did you want to know?
Professor Barclay says your hobby is Ludwig.
Yes. He was the last real
I don't
king
know.
Bavaria
Is
had.
it?
As a Bavarian and a history buff, well, that's enough to hook me right there.
But there's more, right?
He was a romantic, you know, a dreamer. And he was misunderstood, maligned.
Sounds like you can relate.
Me? Hell, I have it easy. At least I live in the 1990s. And not every eye in the country is on me. But yes, I can relate.
You know about Ludwig's diary, right?
Of course.
How can I get my hands on it?
I'm sorry. I have been trying myself for 5 years. They keep it locked up tight in the Royal Archives, and they don't let it out. They must think it contains things that will hurt his image.
They won't let anyone see it, not ever?
Only one person outside of the government ever got to see it, a biographer, Sir Richmond Chapel. He had friends among the German royals, and they let him look at it.
Did you ever try to contact Chapel? Pick his brain?
No, and I don't believe I never thought of that. If you do and you find out anything, you must share.
It's a promise.
And, well, sure, it could be that the stereotypical German accent is actually more of a Bavarian accent in the English-speaking world, so, yeah. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Tell me about Ludwig.
I don't know where to start. There's so much. Politically, the most significant thing about Ludwig II was that he signed over independent Bavarian statehood to Prussia in 1870. Bavaria became a part of United Germany, and Ludwig became a figurehead prince under the Prussian Kaiser.
Why do you think he did that?
Bavaria had been involved in the 100 Years' War. People were tired of fighting. Prussia's push to unite the German states made some amount of sense. Still, Ludwig must have had other options. At the very least, he should have negotiated better terms.
So what was the real reason?
He was manipulated by Bismarck. At least that's what I think, anyway.
What about Ludwig personally?
You'll find two perspectives on Ludwig. The view the tourists get is the romantic ideal, Ludwig the tormented loner. Then there is the historian's point of view. Ludwig was plagued with guilt over his sexual orientation and was driven mad with self-loathing.
But I take it you're not buying either point of view.
Well, it's all too convenient, isn't it? That he was a devout Catholic, there is no question, and I'm sure there were pressures on him to be normal. But he was no prude. He loved Byron. Yes. Philosophy, the French court. If anything, Ludwig was too much an egomaniac. He didn't give a damn what anyone thought. And besides, he didn't try to hide any of his relationships. If he suffered from anything in his romantic life, it was disillusionment. No one loved him back as purely as he himself loved.
Well, if it wasn't sexual guilt that tormented him, what was it?
I don't know. His diary was filled with self-guilt, but I'm sure it's not about that. If I knew, I'd write my own book, set the record straight, so to speak.
And, well, that just means you haven't really heard that many non-native speakers. Well.
Have you read anything about Ludwig's midnight sleigh rides?
Oh, would that have been something? To be out at night and suddenly see him sweep by with his entourage? They say the night agitated Ludwig, and that being outdoors and the rushing feeling of the sleigh calmed him down. Sometimes even the sleigh wasn't enough. He would stop in some remote woods, order his servants to stay put, and go wandering off by himself for hours. It drove the servants crazy.
Well, either that or the native speakers you've heard, you just weren't aware of because they sounded like they were fitting in, I guess. Either way.
Tell me about Bismarck.
Oh, Bismarck. He was the Prussian Kaiser's chancellor. Not a nice man. Bismarck had a reputation for learning people's weaknesses and manipulating them. It's a matter of record that he had spies on Ludwig's staff. He may even have had a henchman even closer to the king. And he was involved in the conspiracy to declare Ludwig insane.
Oh, I specifically worked on losing my accent. So, it's not impossible. You just have to hate your native accent enough.
Did you find out anything about the Black Wolf?
I did. I'd read about him before, but I hadn't realized that was who you were talking about. His name was Godin, Paul Godin. I found a reference to his being called the Black Wolf after you telephoned.
I've never heard of him. Who was he?
Godin lived on the fringes of the Prussian court. He was handsome, charming, dangerous, or so they say. He was variously rumored to have been a foreign prince, a Prussian spy, even an assassin. Since you were interested in him, I found out some things that are probably true. It said he came from abroad in the mid-1800s, but claimed high German blood.
Do you know where he came from?
No. And he was ruthlessly ambitious. He probably found out who held the power, Bismarck, and offered his services. Bismarck was a good judge of talent, of that sort anyway.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. So. I seem to remember, John Barrowman, an actor who was in Doctor Who, among other things. I think he mentioned that he used to have a Scottish accent, and now he has an American accent because he was bullied for, well, his original accent, and so he got rid of it. It's a thing. People do that, and yeah. It works for some people.
What else do you know about Godin?
He must have done something remarkable. Bismarck was not a generous man. He liked to string people along with promises, but rarely came through. He did for Godin, though. He gave him a royal title and lands in 1863. And that was the last reference I found to him.
Well, how could he just disappear?
It's not that unusual. Back then, when you were given a title, you usually changed your name and moved to a place where no one knew your past, so you could act with impunity, or be a pompous ass and get away with it.
Really, he's not that great at German at this point. Well, fair enough. If you don't use a skill for ages, you kind of forget some of it. But yeah, he has quite the accent.
Is there any way to find out what Godin was called after he got his title?
Is it that critical?
It might be.
Well, you could send away for a copy of the entitlement deed, assuming it has been destroyed during one of the wars. Godin's new name would be on it. But you would need a research permit from the government to access those records, and they can be very hard to get. A lot of red tape.
Great. What do you know about Ludwig's hunting accident?
A couple of years ago, I was introduced to this great old man, a real old world farmer. Well, his grandfather was Richard Horning, Ludwig's equestrian. Oh, he told some great Ludwig stories. Sometimes I get lucky. Anyway, he said that after the hunting accident, Ludwig got terribly ill, that he had a fever and was acting crazy. They were afraid that the wolf had been carrying a disease or that the bite had gone
Uh-huh.
A wolf bit him?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not unusual. There were a lot of wolves in the Alps back then. The servants were really worried.
He got bit by a werewolf.
Physically, anyway.
Knew it.
Horning's grandfather said it was the fever that broke Ludwig's mind, that he was worse than ever after that.
What do you mean Ludwig got worse after the accident?
Ludwig always had been a very private person. But after the accident, he got darker, more crazy. Towards the end, he was even forcing his servants to enter his chambers bent over so they couldn't see his face. Horning's grandfather said his temper was fearsome. He would fly into a rage at the least mistake.
Must have been terrified of him.
Yes, well. Horning's grandfather felt sorry for Ludwig, and Ludwig hated his own violence. He was always giving gifts to his servants to apologize.
Okay.
You mentioned that there were other reasons why Ludwig's servants feared him.
Ah, that's another of Horning's mysteries. There's a story about Neuschwanstein. Apparently, there was a period of time of 2 or 3 months when Wagner would come and visit him
Wagner?
there. Yeah. The two would lock themselves in the singers' hall. Horning's grandfather said the sounds that came from there were awful. Well, the servants had superstitious minds anyway. Some of them quit over it, just walked away.
What kind of sounds?
Horning's grandfather called them heartbreaking and ungodly. Maybe it was Wagner trying to sing.
Well, I guess that's all for now. Thanks for your help.
It's my pleasure. And if you ever want to talk again, just give me a call. I'll meet you down there.
I will. Thanks.
Servus.
Well, bye.
Alright. Good talk.
This is where they found Ludwig's body.
It just says Ludwig, King of Bavaria. But the... What is this? It looks like they took a picture of a crumpled up piece of paper. That's not what the sky looks like. Alright. Thanks for stopping by. I think that's the only thing I can do around here. Just leave. Fair enough.
It's a memorial chapel for Ludwig.
Alright, so... Alright, I'm... Wait, am I done there? Yeah, I am done there. I'm done at one place. Oh, news. What else do I need to do at this point? Yes, some slight progress.
I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment.
Nope. Alright. I'm guessing I can't do anything around here yet.
Schloss Ritter.
Yes, great. Alright, I can talk to her.
Gerda? Yes? Gerda, do you have any idea where I could get a government research permit? I don't have time for a lot of red tape.
You should ask Herr Übergrau. He can maybe get such things very fast.
You think? I was gonna write Gabriel today anyway.
Okay. Time to write him.
Grace Snuck. I should get a letter off to Gabriel.
Yes.
I need to include a note to Übergrau about the research permit.
Yes. Alright. I was starting to worry that I'd need to, like, write the letter myself somehow. So, yeah. I'm glad she's doing it, apparently. And I don't have to, like, hand feed her the words. Well, it's more of a library, but she uses the desk there. I guess because, well, Gerda's using the other one. Anyways. Time to get to the post office. Let me just run over there.
Grüß Gott, Frau Nakamura.
Grüß Gott. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Nein, leider nicht. Brauchen Sie noch etwas?
So, she was asking if she has anything for her. So, the answer was no. And then she asked if I needed anything else. So there you go. Letter.
Kann ich diesen Brief versenden?
Ja, 3 Mark bitte.
Marks. Alright. That's the wallet. She's holding it upside down in the inventory, which is a bit silly. If you open it like that, it would probably just fall out. And no, I don't need anything else.
Danke.
So.
Bitte.
Alright. I'll check over here.
I don't have anything
Nope.
to say.
Got nothing to say. Alright. Now what?
I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now. Grace Snuck.
Okay. So,
I don't know who else to.
don't need to write anything else. Do I need to phone that guy
I
again?
don't have anything to
Nope.
talk to Herr Dahlmeier about.
Do I need to phone this guy again?
I don't want to bother
No.
Professor.
Alright, I'll check her notes.
Dahlmeier says Ludwig's most important act politically was to sign away independent Bavarian statehood to Prussia in 1870. It must have killed him. He was so into absolute monarchy. Why did he do it? Dahlmeier doesn't know, says maybe he was manipulated. Dahlmeier says Ludwig's diary is filled with entries vehemently swearing off an activity, but not naming that activity. Clearly, Ludwig had a secret, tormenting guilt. Biographers generally interpret this guilt as sexual guilt, but Dahlmeier thinks it was something else. Doesn't know what. Could it be related to the Black Wolf and/or Ludwig's spiritual unrest? It seems to me that if something tormented Ludwig that much in his lifetime, it's likely to be the same thing tormenting his spirit in the afterlife. Assuming Mrs. Smith is correct and he is tormented. Dahlmeier. Bismarck was the Prussian Kaiser's chancellor during Ludwig's reign. He supposedly had spies in Ludwig's household and was rumored to be involved in the conspiracy to rule Ludwig insane. Obviously, he would benefit by Ludwig signing over Bavarian statehood to Prussia. How did he get Ludwig to do it? Dahlmeier says he was a genius at playing people's weaknesses. Ludwig certainly had a few that could be played upon. Dahlmeier says Ludwig's diary is in the royal archives and no one was allowed to see it. The only one who saw it was a biographer, Chappell. Dahlmeier says Ludwig took his train or sleigh out at night because he was restless. Sometimes even the motion of the sleigh wouldn't be enough, and he'd stop and go wandering alone in the woods for hours. Tell me, friends and neighbors, what do you think he did out in the woods at night alone? Dahlmeier says Ludwig's hunting accident involved Ludwig being bitten by a wolf. His servants claim Ludwig was never the same after that the fever from the bite broke his mind. They suspected the wolf was diseased. Perhaps they were right.
Okay. So.
There's nothing else I can... I'm not sure what other...
All right. So. I doubt I'm done here, but I'll check anyways. Nope, not done. Alright. At least I don't have to go here again.
I don't have anything to ask Georg about at the moment. Wagner souvenirs. Don't think I need any of those.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Wagner souvenirs.
What's that book in the case?
Cosima Wagner's journal is locked up for preservation.
Huh.
Can I look at it?
Cosima was Wagner's wife, I think. She probably just talks about him in her journal. I don't have anything to ask Georg.
Alright, I guess not.
Wagner souvenirs.
Nice plant. Alright. Just trying to find all the different spots I haven't looked at. Oh, that's Ludwig's death mask. Alright. So that one's in both museums for some reason. It's a bit weird.
The great patron himself. This must be a model of...
Seems I've checked all the places. So maybe I'm missing something else. Like just talking to him about something. Yeah, I think I do need a hint. And in the meantime, I could try and fix my mouse cursor. Well, I could actually restart the game. That would fix it. Because that's been rather annoying. There and there. It always takes a bit, but well. So now I'm calling the author. Alright. Makes perfect sense. Yes, I tried it a while ago. I was trying to call absolutely anyone. I had noticed that there was a phone number in there. Just didn't know that now was the time to call it. Because earlier it said, like, why would I call them?
Hallo, Bertel München.
Hi, I have a book of yours on Ludwig II. The author's name is Sir Richmond Chapel.
Yes, how can I help you?
Well, I'm doing some research on Ludwig, and I was hoping you could get me in contact with the author.
I'm afraid Sir Richmond Chapel is deceased.
Ah.
Oh.
However, his son is living.
Oh. Well, is there any way you can put me in touch with him?
And who are you doing this research for?
Well, I'm working with Professor Barkley from Yale University.
All right. Thomas Chapel's number in England is 41 20 555 771.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Bye.
Wow, that was a loud piece of paper. Okay. Time for some more paper uncrumpling action. Alright.
Chapel residence?
Hi, my name is Grace Nakamura. I'm calling from Rittersburg, Germany. Is Thomas Chapel there, please?
Speaking. What may I do for you, Miss Nakamura?
This is gonna sound crazy, but I have a copy of your father's biography on Ludwig II. I understand he had access to Ludwig's diary.
Yes.
Well, I'm not even sure. He didn't make a copy of it or anything, did he? Or perhaps he took good notes?
He wrote down a complete translation in English. He said he couldn't make headway with the German version. Ludwig's handwriting was rather broke, you know.
What?
He wrote down an English translation. Do you still have
What?
Well, unfortunately, my father was allowed to see the diary only on the grounds that he wouldn't publish the entire work. I can't let you see it. Have you tried contacting the National Archive?
No, I don't have the kinds of connections your father did, or the time.
That's unfortunate, but I really cannot let it out of my hands.
I understand. It was just a shot in the dark.
Very
What
well.
if I say
Thank you,
pretty
Mr. Chapel.
please? Does that work? No? Okay. But, like, why would he write a complete English translation just because the German version had bad handwriting? That makes no sense. Like, reading the German version was just taking up too much time because of the handwriting, therefore I translated it. What?
I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
So, now what? I guess, maybe, but it's still weird.
Schloss Ritter. I called Chapel's son, but he won't let me see the diary.
Well, I guess they added the location for the funsies. I don't know. Don't know why she wrote that down there. That seems a bit silly. What if I call him again?
I don't think pleading with Mr. Chapel will help.
Well,
I don't have anything to
nope. And
I don't want to
and
there's no reason to
call. Alright. Yeah, I might need another hint.
There's nothing else on werewolves.
This one seems like a dead end. It still seems like I'm just waiting for the lawyer's office to get her the permit.
I'm not sure.
Because, well, at this point, like, well, I don't know what they're waiting for. Well, I've tried to call Gabriel, but I didn't have his number. Guess I'll check the village again, since that's one of the things I do when I don't know what else to do.
I don't have anything.
Nope. Post office.
My German isn't good enough for.
Nope. Unless she gave me a letter. Nope. She did not. Anything else? Yeah, it makes perfect sense now. Which is why I'm gonna walk over there right now. Wow. Really now? That makes no sense at all. Thanks, game.
Gibt's das denn die Lilienblühen schon?
Sehr schön.
Ja, aber es ist doch noch so kalt.
Is it possible the lilies are blooming already, but it's like, way too cold for them?
Ein Geschenk von der Madonna.
Oh no.
Nehmen Sie sie ruhig. Heute Nacht wird es kalt und sie wird sowieso erfrieren.
Gift for you from the Madonna.
Thank you.
It's gonna be cold tonight, so it would wither anyway, so. Yeah.
Father Getz said the lily was a gift from the Madonna. That's an odd way of looking at it.
Did he say that? Really? That's what you called that? Because, well, that is not the correct word if he used that word.
Father Getz said the lily was a gift from the Madonna. That's an odd way of looking at it.
Well, what do I do with it, though?
I'm not sure why she'd want to see that.
Who wants a random lily?
At least I have.
Just why? I doubt she took any notes. What do I do with a random lily? Apart from putting it in water, but I highly doubt that's what I'm supposed to be doing. Do I call up this guy and mate to give him the lily? Or do I give it to this guy? Gold. Look, a flower for you. Enjoy.
I'm not sure Georg would want to see that.
Alright. He doesn't want one. Who wants a lily? Well, apart from you.
I don't think. I don't have anything. I don't want to.
I guess none of them want my lily.
There's no reason to call.
Wait. Just put it in water? Really? Really now? But where do I get water? They don't seem to have running water in this place. Fountain? Nope. Yeah, probably.
I thought Gabriel.
Oh, wow, the lake. Alright. I'll head to the lake. Throw a lily at it. Makes perfect sense. Thanks, Sierra. And then things will happen, because random Lily. And I'll like... Yeah. Seems about right, doesn't it? Nope. Doesn't work. Can't do it. Oh, there. How about now? Yep. Wait, she's... Okay. Yeah, just throw it in there. It makes sense somehow.
But I need more information to work with.
Yes.
If you can send any my way, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, here you go. Have a random Lily. I beheaded it for you. What? What? No, she's hallucinating. It's fine. This is fine.
I hope I'm not losing my mind.
Well, you are. But don't worry about it. Magical lake, not pond. It's a bit big for a pond. So... Alright, done here now. Okay, that makes sense. So, what did my silly Lily and the Light do?
Phone call.
Ah.
It was Frau Gelder at the post office. She said a fax came in for you there.
Really?
Convenient.
I wonder what it was.
Maybe it's from Gabriel.
Don't hold your breath.
Don't like it.
Hallo, Frau Gelder. Haben Sie etwas für mich?
Ja, ein Fax. Ein sehr langes Fax.
A very long fax.
Vom Schattenjäger.
Ist okay. Dankeschön.
And it's not from Gabriel.
Thomas Chapel. Oh.
Okay. What does it say? What? I can't read this, apparently. Miss... her name, I think? Something had a change of heart. Please keep these in the strictest confidence. Good luck on your something endeavor, maybe? And his signature. Alright.
11th June 1872. Louis has convinced me to think matters through more thoroughly before I act. A trip it shall be then, to Shahin. It shall not alter my purpose, I feel, nor shall his compelling. The treaty is the ruin of my beloved Bavaria, and must be taken to task.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm bad at reading handwriting.
3rd July 1872. The pain gets so bad I cannot hold a pen to write, but the horror is far worse than the pain. He says it was an accident, says that we can truly be one now, that it is a great adventure. I believe him 1 minute, and the next I can feel the flames of hell upon my heels. May God have mercy on my soul.
And yes, I'm bad at reading. but especially at reading handwriting.
5th January 1874. By the power of Mary, Mother of God, I swear to refrain from the ultimate sin and to remain steadfast in my flesh, sworn by the power of the lily, Eleanor. 30th August 1879. I will not falter, but will remain true. No matter the torment or longing, I will not yield. I will control the process. God grant me strength and will. By the grace and power of the monarchy and its allegiance. De Paul Leroy, Eleanor. 10th September 1880. It is all finished. Elizabeth warned me, and I discovered the truth at last. O most venomous viper at my very bosom, O lowest of the least worthy who ever breathed, my Judas, my devil, if I could tear my heart out and fling it after him in the dirt, I would.
What?
12th December 1880. He continues to come, the devil. I will never look upon his hideous face again. He is afraid I will tell, and I might. To destroy him, I might. When I think of the accident, now that things are clear, I wonder, was it truly an accident, or was it the plot to kill me? If so, why did he not complete it then, instead of putting me in this torment? Could he have hated me so? I wish to God he had simply ended it there.
So, he's wishing he would have been killed and not turned into a werewolf, I think.
10th June 1881. Terror. Rapture. During W's music tonight, I felt a pulling. The horror nearly came upon me right there. Then the music turned, and it was gone. What can it mean? I must confide in the great friend. Perhaps he will know what has happened. 2nd August 1882. The experiments go better and better. W has proved as loyal and determined as ever I believed he would be in a matter of my salvation. He says he has the formula now. It remains only to put the finishing touches on the completed opera and to draw up the diagram for the crystals. Can it truly end? I scarce dare to hope. April 1883. The great friend is dead. How unjust that he should be taken from me now. Where is my chance at salvation? Why has God condemned me twice?
Yes, why did he have to die now? It was inconvenient for me.
10th October 1885. There must be made clear funds for the crystals. Lies. Everyone lies. My own servants. What must I do? Must I sell one of my beloved castles? The crystals must be made. I grow daily less able to control my own will. How long will I be able to resist the ultimate sin? And the music is worthless without the device. Time is running out. The crystals must be made.
Okay then.
10th October.
So, let's see. What did she write down? Nothing. Alright. Interesting. Yep. So she wrote nothing down in her notebook. None of that was relevant. Alright. I guess not.
I don't have anything to say to Herr Huber at the moment.
Hi, Gerda. I'm back. Good.
Alright.
I don't have anything to ask Gerda right now.
Did the audio break again?
I don't have anything to ask.
Nope, nope, it's fine now. Okay. So... do I head over to the museum now?
At least I...
and talk to that guy?
I do have something to discuss with Georg, but he'll never believe me unless I show him.
Fine. I'm not allowed to show him this, but here you go.
Ludwig's diary.
Yes, but no one is allowed to see it.
It just so happens that I have a copy of an English translation right here. There's something I wanted to show you. Read this one.
August, 1880. The experiments go better and better. Faye has proved as loyal and determined as ever. It remains only to put the finishing touches on the completed opera and to make up the diagram for the crystal. My God! Wait, I want to show you something.
Yes.
I am not supposed to have looked at this myself, but I am here alone all day, so...
Wow. He's just breaking rules left, right, and center. And so is she. It's all in good fun. Yes, touch that book with your greasy hands. I'm sure that's gonna be great for it.
July 1881. Richard returned from his meeting with the king. Never have I seen him so pale. I was concerned for his heart. He would not speak with me, but immediately shut himself up in his study and started working on a new project. He will not tell me the first thing about it. He will only say that it was time he repaid his king.
Okay.
It confirms Ludwig's diary. He wasn't crazy.
Yes, but Ludwig says that the opera was completed.
Yes.
Completed.
Yes. Yes, I am imagining that. Now what?
August 1882. We had a messenger tonight from the king. He brought a letter which Richard burnt.
Okay.
I did manage to see a bit of it. It said something about a great night in Munich and that it would be Richard's supreme triumph and someone else's destruction. Ludwig then wrote that even though he himself would probably die, his immortal soul would be freed thanks to Richard. I worry for poor Ludwig and for us. Where will we be if his madness continues? Surely someone will put an end to it.
Probably in a lake.
Wow.
There's one more.
So much blank paper.
1883. I sent Richard's sealed package to the king, as he instructed moments before he closed his eyes forever. I could not even bring myself to care what was in it. What could it matter now? Whatever it is, I hope it brings the king good memories of Richard. He did so much for my beloved. The package.
The package. The package. Also, side note, how very convenient that Wagner's wife wrote her diary, the actual original diary, in English. How very likely, Sierra. What? Where is he? That's a different bed. How did he end up here? Oh. 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 He's staying over at his new friend's place. Wow. Uh-huh.
She sounds delightful. I'd love to meet her.
Oh, she's a hoot, all right. Just pretend you don't have a penis around and you'll be fine. Got this inborn need to rip them off.
Now I'm really intrigued.
This one time, I'd gone off to this, well, party, you might say. And it was getting a bit hairy. Well, Gracie...
Okay.
Oh.
Better.
Random lady. Alright. Okay. I'll just be over here. This isn't awkward at all.
Beta does not speak English, but then she has her own methods of communication.
Okay.
I should leave you two kids alone.
Oh, don't be silly.
How is being uncomfortable silly? Because they seem very preoccupied over there. Keithan.
Friedrich, I can't just take your date.
Why not? I didn't expect her tonight. And for some reason, I don't find myself in that mood. Besides, from what you've told me, you live like a monk down south at that castle. Your body needs some attention.
I don't know.
Zeige ihm sein Schlafzimmer.
I haven't heard her speak, so no clue. Okay, well, music is getting louder and there's less talking, therefore I'll be doing the talking now. That's going to go great. Alright, I'm still not sure what he's trying to achieve by sending the two of them off like that, but, well, probably something going on. Yes, that's some lovely music right there, and, I mean, I'm not sure how this entire situation happened, where he's already, whatever. Sierra doesn't really care that much about stuff like that. Well, anyhow, yes, she'll just be off to that hallway. Alright, bye. That medallion is so hideous. Okay. What's going on here? I don't think he signed up for, well, a round 2. So, well, that's not yours. What are you doing with the giant hideous amulet? Alright, just looking at it? Trying to steal it? Probably trying to steal it. That makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't he? Yet the necklace is ginormous. It looks like it's made of wood or something. I don't know. Anyways, still talking over the music since it's, well, just loud. Lots of loud music, and I can't have that. And I don't want to mute the game, because there might be dialogue coming up, like, now. Or not. Nope. Okay. I guess not. Gabriel, I have some business. What? He has some business. Well, I was trying to make sure it wouldn't be muted, but we'll see. It was a great monologue. It needs to be preserved for eternity. Anyways. I'll head over there.
I don't need to go back to Yuba's place right now.
Nope, I guess not. Alright, that's apparently a very short chapter. So, I don't know what that scene was about. It looked like he was looking at the amulet and stroking Gabriel's hair. I still not entirely sure what that guy's trying to do here. Because, I mean, he really seemed like he was hitting on Gabriel in the previous chapter. But now I'm not entirely sure if they're going to, well, try and ignore all of that. They might be. Who knows? I guess I'll find out this weekend. So, anyways, as usual, I generally stream Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays, always at the same time. And I'm still kind of planning on doing something for Christmas, so there might either be a stream or something on Discord on the 25th. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. So, we'll see. Either way, thanks for watching, and should we rate anyone? I don't know. We could. I'll see if anyone's online. Well, if we do watch a Christmas movie, it would either have to be, well, a type of stream I can't do because I don't have Amazon Prime. So, it would either have to be that, or, well, completely and entirely just friends hanging out, watching a movie. So, we'll see. I don't know. Anyways, I'd say we could rate someone, right? So, I'll be doing that. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys on Saturday. Bye!